Hassett on the Fed says an independent Fed is really important. So Hassett says there's no question that an independent Fed is important for growth. And that concludes Hassett's comments on CNBC. One minute ago now to be the market on open imbalance data. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 32 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 112 million, Dow 30 sell side 142 million, and Mag 7 sell side 142 million. So S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 hit intraday record highs. Seeing Broadcom shares jumping 16%, adding $218 billion to market value. Seeing Tesla shares rising 3.5% after new Musk $1 trillion compensation plan linked to stiff targets. S&P 1500 home building index rises 2.3% to 9-month high. Seeing the Dow hitting intraday record high. So just a correction from Major News One earlier headline, Hassett cited past study on 70,000 job data revision. Seeing crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin hits over 1 week high. It's Coinbase up 1.9%. seeing AMD shares falling 5.5% to the lowest since July 22nd.
U.S. Senate Democratic leader Schumer says the Democrats will force votes in the coming weeks to reverse Trump's import tariffs, citing Friday's jobs reports as a reason.
Australian dollar advances 1% against the US dollar.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Isn't that one big, huge, brilliant deal? Come on, people.
So just heads up for later on for when Trump signs his executive order. Trump is expected to issue an executive order as early as Friday establishing a designation for state sponsors of wrongful detention. That's according to CBS News. That's probably what his announcement is, or executive order is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Seeing shares of Nvidia hit over 6-week low, last down 1.8%. So Broadcom shares hit a record high after upbeat fourth quarter revenue forecast. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Canadian IV PMI, prior 55.8.
White House senior advisor Hassett says the deficit scenario is now looking optimistic. So he's speaking on Fox News now.
That concludes Hassett's comments on Fox News. White House economic advisor Hassett, reporters on jobs data, says Trump knows we're optimistic about the future of jobs numbers. Hassett adds that inflation is low and economic growth is solid. Seeing the Swiss franc rising 1% session high against the US dollar. White House economic advisor says 232 investigation is moving forward. Hassett on 232 investigation says it's up to Trump. Hassett says a trade team is disappointed India continues to fund Russia. Hassett on jobs data says that we need to do a better job of adjusting data, and revisions have been huge. White House economic advisor Hassett to reporters on the Fed, saying that we will want to consider what moves it will make. And I'm not concerned about benchmark revisions. Hassett on the Fed says, I expect they will discuss a higher cut.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
Hassett on job status says there is a connection with jobs and immigration enforcement actions. One minute to go down to get the Canadian IVP My data. Hassett on jobs says that I'm confident that native-born workers are replacing illegal workers. Ten seconds. 50 spot 1, 50 spot 1.
We have posted the Canadian IVPMI August report on the feed for those interested. So noting the S&P 500 pairing earlier gains. The S&P still up spot 15%. Dollar extending losses, the Dixie down spot 85%. The Japanese yen rising 1% to a session high against the US dollar. Bank of America sees 2025 Fed rate cuts versus 0 previously. So Bank of America Global Research expect the Fed to deliver again 225 basis point cuts each in September and December this year from the prior forecast of no cuts following the NFP data. Trump on Truth Social says Jerome Too Late Powell should have lowered rates long ago. As usual, he's too late. So US index is here just extending these pairing back of gains in the red now, down spot 2% on the S&P 500. Again, that's the S&P 500 erasing gains from the NFP report this morning, now down spot 2%. Drop in the S&P 500 extending now to spot 3%.
Hang tight here, guys. I'm having some issues with I don't know what's going on. Holy Hosanna. What is going on my internet today? I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know if it's trading view. Got something going on.
Alphabet's Google is set to be hit with an EU antitrust fine over ad tech practices later on Friday, according to sources. So this ad tech fine was previously delayed, but it does appear that this is going to be hit now.
was nice to see here. Check 1, 2.
S&P extending drop now to spot 4.5%.
Just one quick second here, guys. So watch this right here. This might be bottom. We can still trade like 640. I just don't know if we're going to do it. Hold on a second here. I just closed, just heads up to you out there if you're watching this show, I just closed a bunch of puts. I had accumulated closing puts every day on like longs that I had. Like Lotto Friday puts. Hold on a second here. What the fuck is going on back here? I had the same problem. I had other problems last night. I don't think Windows. Now I got like trading view on the fucking fritz. All right, check 1. Test. Check, 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 check. Do 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 do. I'm gonna find out right now. I'm not really trusting this right here to keep going down, so let's go to the 10 o'clock here. Right there. $11 o'clock right here. Don't be trusting this at all. It's ready for a bounce here, so well, not quite a bounce, but hang tight here. More down just in a little bit. Or maybe more down. I would close your shorts here. If you got like just today puts, get them, or I'd close them here, but I'd like to see something more like this, like up here, and then maybe some more down into this one right here. So just watch out for it. Could be one more bounce right here. Turn that off. Turn this on. Good morning. How are y'all doing this morning? Okay, so we got a bunch to talk about here. Just a heads up to you. I was at close every day this week, right? There were cheap puts, like dirt cheap. So I just kept like adding 10-pack here, 20-pack there, 50-pack there. Yesterday at the close, I was adding puts and shit. I was trading like 0 dates and adding a bunch of puts as well into yesterday's close. So I just closed the gang of them just now, like maybe like 5 minutes ago. I got some more on. I got some 40s and I got some 36s that I'm going to leave on into the close today if we can go down even deeper. Yesterday on the close, though, I was looking at the Greeks for puts yesterday at like 4:10 in the afternoon. I went in the Discord yesterday, or I was talking to Doggone It yesterday, and I'm like, man, I looked at the Greeks, like we could trade like the closing price yesterday on SPY. Even if we trade 640 today, those would have been red. I mean, well, it didn't account for option interest and stuff like that, but just baseline with like a 5.6% OI, I was like, it was horrible. So I started loading up into the close yesterday. This is off wins long all week long. Like, I got extra money, 20 cents for this, 10 cents for that, 7 pennies for this, all that kind of stuff. And we also squeezed up over in the overnight. So we could actually trade 40. I kid you not, like we could, because they don't have to pay them out. I checked yesterday. I was like, we could literally trade 640 tomorrow. So I called like Doggone It last night. I'm like, we could trade 640 tomorrow, and every put from yesterday was wiped. So we'll see how it goes this morning, if we can go that deep or not. I also placed a trade here this morning on NVDA. The first morning low on NVDA, when we were trading, I think 167-ish or something like that. I put a bunch of 167s on. They're bleeding fucking out right now. They don't look good at all. But I got to keep them on until the end of the day and see if they unclench it to the upside for the closing bell. It's been bleeding for like a week. And a couple weeks ago on a Friday, they unclenched it, and it ripped right up into, I think, lunchtime. So I said I'll hold it till lunchtime, but I'll probably leave them on until the closing bell today. NVDA looking extremely bearish. I was looking at it in pre-market this morning. I'm like, this thing's ready to fucking collapse. Right on the cusp of collapsing, and it's reminding me so much of Amazon. On Tuesday, I showed you rate cutting cycles, and I showed you the tech bubble in the early 2000s. We broadened the market, and we annihilated a bunch of internet stocks. And the one that reminds me of is like Mr. and Nvidia remind me of Amazon back in 2000. And I'm looking at it this morning, and I'm like, they'll annihilate this market if they lose it. So I'll be paying close attention to it over the next week or two, but it's sitting right on a cusp. It's like ready to fucking crash. I don't know if you guys have been watching it, but I've been watching it in the background, and this is the old darling of the internet. And everybody leaves NVDA to go focus on Avgo. So you got like the crowd is like gone from NVDA, so it can kind of crash, and there's no interest in it. So I'm watching that one really closely in the background over the next few days. And then there's something else going on here in the background. We got to talk about NFP, employment, unemployment numbers this morning too. And like on RRP stuff, liquidity is leaving the market. I think due to rates cuts, and there's been this ongoing argument for the past 2 or 3 weeks, and the narrative push is, or I should say, Jerome is saying one cut. That's it. That's what his language says. His language also says we're not heading into a cutting cycle. And he's been firm on that. Meanwhile, you have the White House pushing for a cutting cycle. And so aggressively so that they are at an all-out war against the Fed. They're trying to install their own Fed governors. They've poisoned the well with other governors. You have Waller straight up just saying, we're in a cutting cycle. That's a governor saying we're in a cutting cycle. I would fire his ass. If I was Jerome, I'd fire him. Because he's just saying he's changing policy from Jackson's Hole. So if Jerome's not firing him, there's something amiss, right? Either he's tacitly okayed to say that we're in a cutting cycle, you know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's any other answer. Or you'd fire him. And so if you look at like on our RRPs, and if you look at behind the scenes in the market, I looked at Avgo yesterday or 2 days ago with you, and there's a huge divergence in velocity. Not only in that stock, but others. So I don't want to call it yet, but I'm watching it. Looking in the background past like week or two, and I'm watching all this noise from the Fed, noise from the White House, and the first thing that came to my mind it was like 2 weeks ago. First thing that came to my mind, just piqued my brain, and I was like, man, I was like, this. The one thing that the street is famous for is pricing things in, whether they happen or not. The moment they get a whiff of it, they price stuff in or start the motions in pricing stuff in. This is where a lot of like unrealized and realized volatility comes from, right? You'll get like a down move into unrealized volatility for a potentially negative event. And if it happens, they're ahead of it. And if it doesn't, we squeeze back up again. If it happens to go, it gets even worse, right? So I'm just like watching the background, and a couple weeks pass, and I'm like reading a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, And then this shift, where White House is pressing so hard on the Fed, so hard for this policy that, how does the street not address it, or the bond market not address it, and take precautions, regardless if we enter a cutting cycle or not, or regardless if they say it or not. So if we're not in a recession, which we're not, and we start a cutting cycle, not in a recession, it's a watershed moment typically. We sell big. In every example, I looked back and checked. I checked again when I wasn't on stream. In every example, including ones where we did not enter a cutting cycle, once that cycle began or potentially began, Wall Street front ran it. So if we had like a if we have like a potential rate cut cycle coming up, we know about it in a non-recession. If we know about it, the moment that it starts, it's like this. If we go into this potential rate cut cycle, and there's no cycle, but you still get like one cut, they still roll it down at least the first leg. And that's that unrealized rate cut cycle move here. Like, this first part is done. No matter what you say or do, in every example, every single one. If we actually go into a rate cutting cycle, you get the second leg down, the big one. Another hallmark of that is squeezing into it, like just massive squeezing right into that that rate cut cycle. And this is looking like it. It's like walking, talking, flying like a duck. I don't know if it happens or not, and I don't think you can trade it. I don't think there's any trade here for it until we get to FOMC. But it's looking like it in a big way. So there's a problem with that too. If you're expecting, let's say, a rate cut cycle to potentially begin, let's say, December, right? Okay, we think maybe December the data is going to start to look bad, right? And then we got March, and let's say we got June. And you're like, maybe it start looking bad. Maybe they'll start cutting rates, or like the cutting cycle. And you start cutting down into June or July, where the data looks horrible. Data looks bad. You're cutting into that cycle. So this would be stock market performance. And you'd be cutting right into a recession. Does that make sense? So listen to that close. You're cutting into a recession. So you can kind of like roll with the markets, cut it with the market into that environment. And this I think is the general idea. But there's a push to cut before then. And this has to do with like White House policy. This also has to do with midterms, and it has to do with getting policy passed from the White House. So there's a push now to start that cycle slightly early in the September meeting. You know what I mean? And so they're saying, well, no, we want to start it back here instead. And there's even calls this morning that the Fed has over tightened, and that's not true. The Fed doesn't need to do anything right now. If anything, you probably need a hike. So if you start this cycle early here, there's going to be backlash from the bond market. And I don't mean in the long end. And there's going to be they have other things they can do. Like you can get the long end, but then you can do QT. You can suck liquidity out of the stock markets, roll it into the bond market, knowing that inflation is going to literally go out the fucking control, and that you're spending too much and all that other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like real bad shit. And that you're going to expect rates to go to the moon or something. So if now you've pushed this back, right? Instead of like cutting into a recession, you start a cutting cycle, or potentially cutting cycle as inflation is ramping. You're almost like setting up a like 2020. You're like cutting into something and opening the floodgates of spending, and you have inflation, natural inflation ramping. So you like cut, and then you're tightening as inflation ramps. And I mean fucking ramp. Like we're not quite in 2020 right now, but it's there. And so you're going to get like bond market, you're going to get bond vigilantes trying to tighten wherever they possibly can if we enter this cycle. And meanwhile, the street's probably like, well, I don't give a fuck what the outcome is. I'm going to prepare for it now. It's like none of this might happen. The street don't care. They never have. And any example in history. So if we're not cutting into a recession, and we're in a cut cycle, and they're going to force that issue, there's potential that we like squeeze tits off right up into this FOMC, and that's a crash. I don't see it yet, and you don't have to trade it yet. There's no need to. You can just do it with price action. If you see the roll underneath the daily trigger, we can trade it from there. But I want you to know that it's there in the background. And they're sucking money out of the stock market. That's dangerous to bulls. Very dangerous. It's like a rug pull that's just there waiting for you. So just be aware of it. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't get all bared up. I wouldn't be like, oh God, Jim James called for a fucking stock market crash. I just want you to be aware of it so that if you see I think Bill Ackman came out in 2020 and he was like, this is the top and we're gonna crash. Like a week later, it was like fucking woof. And they gave him the credit for it. So I don't want credit for it. I just want you to be aware that you could see that, and I don't want you to be blind to it if it happens. And I'm getting concerned about it now, but not in price or anything. I'm getting more concerned, though, in that idea that the street might be setting us up for a pull. Not a normal correction or a seasonal low, that kind of stuff. Just be aware of it. Do not fucking trade it. Do not fucking say Captain Jim James said we're crashing. There's no need. If we roll and crash, we'll see it. It's easy. And we're in seasonal weakness already. So it kind of all matches up. It can be assigned to that. It would look a lot like, maybe even worse than the spring. Could be worse. Late last night, I was looking with David AMS at some retracements for that trade. It's pretty fucking low. So it's either like 15% or 30. Somewhere in there. It's either 15 or 30. Don't trade it though. If we start the process, we'll roll into that trade. But just be aware of it. So I got to get that out there too. I didn't want to post it on Twitter because it sounds so fucking, like people call that shit all the time and it's stupid. There's no need to call it. And don't be looking at this price action as this is a part of it or anything. This is just normal. You fade the reaction on NFP. So don't get crazy on like, oh God, that's the top. We're never coming back. Max short, all that kind of stuff. But it's forming up in the background. You can see it. It's clear as day. So they're probably they're like rats on a ship. Anyways, how you guys all doing? Happy Friday. It must be the top. This is not top. This is just normal NFP stuff. So if we go up in NFP, we sell down. Everybody does it. It hasn't been consistent, but this kind of a move up. I think last NFP I bought calls on the close and I made a bunch of money. And then this one I bought a bunch of puts. So we'll see what happens. I think if you go back to the last NFP, we sold right down into it and then we just ripped all day long. So we'll just see if this happens again. What's going on, my Nvidia? Is that shit still burning? God damn, dude. That's not too bad. 165 right now. I bought at 167, so I'll leave those on all day long. I said lunchtime, but I guess I'll hold them until close or they go to 0. Other than that, I got nothing else going on today. I was up late. I was looking at my stream yesterday. I was like, God damn, I streamed 7.5 hours and then another 2 or 3 hours, two hours at midnight. It was like 9 hours, almost 10 hours of streaming yesterday. It was like fucking long ass day. So I haven't done much. I did a bunch of the only thing I'd been doing is just checking on this whole rate cut thing, coinciding with NFP this morning. And even the spin this morning was bullshit. Sorry. Even the spin on NFP this morning, I was kind of laughing at them. Like they were like, I'm friends with Pamp and I'm friends with Pampolino, and he came out this morning. He was like, "Fed's over tightened." I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." I'm like, oh, "Fuck." So there's a bunch of the spin's already out there. You want me to fly to New York right now? I don't know if I can. I want to. I just don't think I have the time to go to New York. Maybe I might do it. I might fly out to New York today. It's only an hour and a half to get there for me. I think it's an hour and 50 minutes or something. Sometimes I can even catch an hour and 15-minute flight if I get a good flight. Okay, I'll say it again to you. I'll repeat myself again. You ready? I'll repeat myself again. So, I wrote some rules for you yesterday, and I said, what did I say to you? I said trade the reaction, right? I said you normally take the opposite side of the trade, right? If it squeezes up into the event, you take the opposite side, right? I said that, right? Did I say that? I swear I wrote that down and posted it. Right? I swear I said that. And then, so do I think we bounce here at 12? It's possible. We could just bleed and trade sideways into the close. Normally, I'll say it again to you. Go back. I'm not doing it for you. Go back and look at every NFP. They're not as consistent as they once were. They used to be like an edge. They used to be 70% of the time. If you fade if we trade up an NFP, if you fade it, it usually worked. It hasn't consistently right now. Past I don't know, 4 or 5 maybe NFPs. Maybe 6. It hasn't really looked good. It hasn't been an edge. The last one it worked. So what you do is you fade that trade, especially if it's extreme. So if we trade into an NFP sideways, you sell this one or buy this one, right? But you're neutral here. You're standoffish. If you sell down into an NFP, you're longing the night before. If we trade up into an NFP instead of the sideways, you sell this one on the close. You can do it on the open too next day. It doesn't really matter. Same thing down here. You can long this one on the open too. Sometimes it'll bounce on the upside or trading down into. Sometimes it'll squeeze before before you get too open, but you can still jump on it right here. On the sell ones, they tend to not recover like this. They tend to later in the day just kind of putt around, and then maybe we go back up. Sometimes we actually sell some more into that close, in my experience. So I don't normally trade these like a normal day. They're a binary event. I think I said that 10 times yesterday. These are binary events. And what they do is they bring out trading patterns. You know, we're going to trade this event. And they're on their own. They're their own thing. And then, like, you come back on Monday or whatever, and it's like the market forgets about it. It's its own trade. Binary. One time, one thing. It's kind of like going into an NF or a rate decision. What do, right? We trade. If we trade, let's say we trade into an NF or to a rate cut, right? It's like squeezing up, right? Fading down, right? We come into the rate decision, right? What do? Squeeze up, back down again, right? Back over here. You know what I mean? And then you get the interviews portion of the Fed meeting, down again, right? Back up again, and and you're just like, it's its own thing. And then you get the real impact day after or whatever. Like, this whole thing is its own thing. Dealers price it. Dealers reprice as the day moves forward, and then we're out of it. So binary. This is a binary, considered a binary event. It is its own thing on its own. So you can see the reaction trade down right here. I told you in here that I don't know if we get the other leg. I said you're going to see something like this. You're going to see something like this, and we don't know if it rolls to the downside, and we don't know if it gets picked up yet. So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, what are we looking for? We use our rules, right? What are our rules? What are the rules for trading? What are the rules that I use for trading? I'm looking to mark a bottom, right? There's a few things we know, right? We're going to mark a bottom. Okay, we think that might be bottom there. We don't know, but we think it could be, right? So we got a marked bottom right here. Let's go over here and let's do this together. Okay, so we got a marked bottom, right? What can we look at here? What can we observe and see here? A bunch of stuff, right? What can we look and see here? Here, let me hang tighter. Let's go do this. We'll do it just like this. Get rid of all this stuff. What can we see here? Someone was asking, can we buy this bottom here? So let's go look and let's just say this. We think that might be a marked bottom. So we'll just say maybe a bottom. Question mark. What can we do to see if this is a bottom or not? Any suggestions? Anything at all? Let's start with velocity. Let's go to just intraday velocity, 30-minute basis. And what do we see here? We're on an intraday trade, right? So we've got this huge peak up here on hourly velocity. Came down here, and we're not negative, are we? It would be good if we were, wouldn't it? Whenever we come into these bottoms on hourly velocity, start making higher lows, this is productive, isn't it? We talked about this the other day, right? This is very productive and we're up, right? Let's take a look and see what I mean by this quickly here. So we got a low, a higher low. Nope, you can't see that. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'll bring that over. You can see that though, right? So this is not at a low, is it? It's not making new lows. This example here is, this looks great. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low. This is implying that we're going to go into a cycle, right? Maybe a big turn coming up. Sometimes we can turn up here. But it's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal. So let's look at this one here. Well, let's see what happened here. Look at that. Just so happens to be marking a low. Not bad, right? Pretty nice, generous print, right? Right up there. Right now, hourly velocity is saying, yeah, we could turn up, but we could also what? More than likely, we could get a little pump and then one more low, right? That's what it's saying, at least. So it's not offering us anything. It's more neutral and not, it's more neutral, but not bullish. It's not supportive either, is it? It's not like over here, it's like it's on a low and it's coming up and up, right? So it's not supportive either. It's not like we've marked a major low, just starting to get going, This is now supportive. We haven't peaked yet, right? Then we start peaking. Kind of right here, right? So we don't know if this is a bottom or not. The one thing we could probably say is that there's a good chance of a pump, right? It's a good chance of a pump somewhere around here. They do this up move and then dotted line down, right? Unknown. Back over here. It's okay if that's not bottom. We'll just keep saying it. We'll just keep saying we think this is bottom. Doesn't matter. It's okay if you're wrong here. Don't worry about it. Let's put one right here. Hopefully this holds for a minute here. I just want it to hold for just 1 minute. We can keep moving this too. Might be a bottom. Question mark. So there's some other information we can gain now, right now too, right? First one's going to be flows, right? We got flows that come in at 10. 10 a.m. we get flows. 10 a.m. We don't know if they're up or down. In this case, what did we get? Downflow, right? Almost perfect and beautiful, right? And then we've got the next flows into the market. That time is what time? 12 o'clock, right? Over there. So if we have neutral velocity and we have sellers in the house at 10, right? We are looking for new flows to buy, right? Well, that's the question. Can we get some new flows to buy? And we don't know the answer to that yet, though, either. There is something else that we can see here, and that is bat wings, right? We get the start of a W, don't we? We also have a W back over here, don't we? We have like an upside down W, right? It's like a series of W's, right? Remember, we started this off here. Where are those people? They're over here, right? We know where they are, right? They're over here. This big old pump right here. There's this gorgeous one right here. There's this one right here. There's kind of this one in here. Right here. Now, this is like extreme, isn't it? We might not get all the way there. But you got this one way over here. This is 637. That's 636. But there's some other ones over here, isn't there? There's another like little W thing over here that could have gone down, but it didn't. It went that way. So there's like another W here, isn't there? You can see that. There's one right here too, right? You got the reverse cup and handle, right? So you could do this W up here and even come down right here, right? Fill out that W and maybe get a little bit of extra blood, but we don't know the answer to that either, do we? We've got some sellers above here. We got some pretty negative momentum here. So we don't know a bunch right now. We know some stuff, but not a bunch. We also have this other W right here, don't we? Big W right here. And I'm assuming that's the question. Are we going up here or making our way down or even higher? Whole bunch of unknowns here. So we need more information yet again. Still need more information. Let's start looking at candles. First thing we're going to look at here is a 4-hour candle. Make this a 1 because it's in the way. Make this a 1 because it's in the way for an example. And let's look at the candles. Is this a marked bottom? And there's more information here, isn't there? We've got a 4-hour here, don't we? And remember the rest of that. You remember the rest of those W's? You got this W right here, this W right here, and this one right here, right? Just looked at these W's. We're not yet ready to clear that one out, are we? We're not quite ready to clear that one out either, are we? Not quite. And we also know the stock market works on half hours, 4 hours, that kind of stuff. So let's look at this candle right here. Let's get rid of, hang tight here. Just get rid of this so I can see it better. And look at this candle right here. So we want to mark this low. Right there. We want to mark this one right here. And why is that? Is that cleaner to see now? Can you see that? So we have known demand here. We're going to expect them to buy right here. And if they fail to buy, that means they're lower now, right? That means they're over here. We don't know the answer to that yet, do we? So we're going to leave these white bars right here. We're going to keep this mark 4-hour candle right here. We're going to look at the we're going to snap a 4-hour right here. We're going to look at the daily really quickly. See if there's anything else to be seen here. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Nice and clean. We got this daily candle right here. We'll put this one in.
Canada's PM Carney unveils a relief package for tariff hit sectors, announcing new reskilling package for up to 50,000 workers.
We're going to go back to an hour. Might be bottom. It's a lot of shit to clear out over there. You see that? Go back over here. We're going to say this is an important level here. Why is this an important... Oh, right there, we just hit it. I was wondering if we were going to do this. And let's go look at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And what this is gamma. Remember when I said this is where the buyers are? Said this to you, I think, yesterday. I want you to look at this right here. And then I want to post for you in the Discord this right here. So I just posted for you that what? Known buyers were down here. And they also had what? 6450p. The only question becomes, do they close them, right? Or do they roll them? Right? Let's check something else out. So what are we looking for here? We're getting more information, aren't we? We're looking to find out if puts are monetized in here, right? Do they monetize puts or do they roll into more puts? They just got paid just now.
Euros over ad tech dominance.
Right here.
EU finds Google.
They just got paid.
3 billion euros over ad tech dominance.
So this might be a bottom. And they did two things, didn't they? They unlocked that trade right there, that white bar. They unlocked more downside. They just monetized puts in here. So this starts to tell us that this actually might be a bottom.
So Google gets
We're going to draw this up here.
EU how it will comply as the EU orders Google to end ad tech conflicts of interest or be fined over almost 3 billion euros.
And what are we looking for in this? Snap a little line, right? Well, we got it right here, I guess. That works. That'll do it. This is 11:30 right there. But remember, they unlocked, right? I'll leave this one down right here. Remember, we did this important level here.
Canada's PM Carney's latest jobs data means decisive action to help refocus Canadian economy is crucial.
I don't think it's bottom. There.
We have popped out an article on the Financial Newsfeed from Financial Times, just giving more detail about the EU hitting Google with 2.95 billion euro antitrust fine despite trade tensions with the US.
And here's 12 p.m. right here. Daily trigger. This is the same place back here. A few other targets down below over here. 637, 636. Remember, I've got 640s. 636 is still on for this end trade over here. If this is bottom, though, remember, maybe bottom, right? Important level. We cross through. The door is open to go lower. If this is a bottom, though, what are we looking for? We'd be looking for what? Trade higher right here. A break above this prior high right here. Right? And you've got this cluster of momentum danger, don't you? So we come back down here. 1 minute trigger comes right here. There could also be another bloodbath over here, couldn't there? It's pretty dangerous, right? So you do know this information that you have negative momentum. So there could be a what? A bull trap in here, right? So you're coming up here, you're like, oh, Cap, we got the new high. We're out of here, bro. There's one more chance of a bear trap, isn't there? So we're going to be cautious on this momentum that's negative and downward. So if we're going to say the way is higher, we're not going to take this trade. We're just going to say we need to break above negative momentum and this prior higher here instead. Right? And this one right here. So we're going to be looking for this. And this break above right here. That's all we're looking for. We're going to make that a dotted line. And if we're able to break out, we'll look for what? The dip to buy, right? To trade this W, right? Something like that. And there's your other W right there, right? Down here, up here, something like this. I don't think it's viable, but we'll look for it. All right, nice little W over here. You can even pull this down a little bit. Big old W, but we're not there yet, so this doesn't mean shit. Just watch it over to the side. Door unlocked to the downside. We think that this is a bottom, right? Might be bottom, but we don't know. We just want to watch this right here. And we don't want to get trapped in here, do we? Do not want to get rolled to the downside. We don't want to get rolled here to the downside either, do we? And that's been unlocked. So there's probably a bull trap in here of some kind. And personally, I'd be waiting for this move here to beat that one. That move there to beat that one. And to be holding this right here. To be getting long. Make sense? And we're in neutral right now. We're not in the bottom. We've got no help here with this stuff. So we need to see this first. And not get shanked. We have just a little bit more information here too. It's 11:30 for 12 o'clock. Go back to this 4-hour candle. We're not quite out of it. It's getting sucked up. That's good. Let's put some more targets here. Let's do another one right here. So we have some upside targets. That's green. We're in business now. Watch this together. My voice is wrecked. Watch this prior high. This is good. Oh, hold on. That's a good pump right there. Here's your small pump right there. Here's your next pump. This is good. That's all you need right about there. Remember this 12 p.m. hour here? Oh, hold on. Just want to watch for these flows. Make sure these flows are not down, down. Even draw these down here just to show you what it looks like. I normally don't draw all this stuff in, but I want you to see all the danger that's in here right now. There's like big danger here. Down. Big danger right here. Down. Bunch of danger in here. Down. Whole bunch of selling going on in here.
US overnight SOFR rate for September 4th of 4.41% was the highest since July 1st as pressure builds ahead of quarter end.
Think tighter, guys. Do you have like COVID or something? Do you think you have COVID? You sure? Don't sound good. Are you all fucking giving it to each other or? Why the fuck aren't y'all wearing masks? Allergies? Yeah, I read that last week or something. They said that. It was like 2 weeks ago. They said allergies.
Voice news disconnected.
Uh-oh. What did I just do just there? I just did something. That last leg down, you see it? Still there. That's where this is right here. This is that yellow line right there. Right there. Remember that you don't need to take this long yet. Just wait and watch. Able to break out any of that stuff, we can come back in and grab it right here. Still want to see if these flows come in to buy. I know. I always like when they come out. Just waiting here. We'll see if we can do a breakout here. We're not quite there yet. Just want to see that these sellers here are weak. These guys right here are not messing around. Just want to see a nice little squeeze above them. We'll start chasing it to the upside here in just a minute. Hold on a second here. I just got asked I just got asked a question that was kind of hilarious. Someone said doggone it, can't read it. And I go, he's being facetious. I know, that's what I said. I was like, no, I'm not making fun of you. I just think it's hilarious that yeah, exactly, 3 syllables. Anything more than 3 well, he's not easy to follow. If you read his papers, it's I love his papers because I write like in that same style. And he's like all over the fucking place. And you have to like layer everything that he's saying. So it's like, okay, I got that part. All right, get that. All right, get this over here. Get that over there. Got it. Get that over there. And then I'm like, okay, I got it. Yeah, that's how he talks. Do you want me to read it to the community? I'll read it publicly. This is our celebrity quant, Charles McGilligot. He said, I've been doing some temperature taking in recent days and catching up with equities, macro, multi-asset clients after the late summer holiday hiatus. And where on the margin, the feedback has shown sentiment tilting towards a desire to reduce parts of their equities risk now, especially after so many have been dragged into this recent move to SPX all-time highs. This rally from springtime is considered one of the most hated rallies ever, like COVID. Especially after so many have been dragged into this most recent move to all-time highs. Across the aggregate, the general consensus view was that the risk-reward looks meaningfully dicier here in U.S. stocks, with both, 1, the downshift in U.S. labor data, and 2, significantly long positioning, specifically, or number 2, historic significant long positioning, specifically vol scaled exposure from target vol control and CTA trend, turning folks increasingly uncomfortable with regard to being too long, too high net into potential sources of mechanical supply, skewing hard towards sell risk on even just a small vol uptick, following the past 3 months of substantial buying out of the cohort. Similarly, being now hearing clients voice discomfort about feeling underhedged again. We've talked about this, right? Hedge these highs. After a long run of performance drag for any folks with a theta bill into a market which simply refuses to hold any attempted pullback in spot equities, which led to a recent period where some were tossing bleeding downs. And look, this also held to a certain extent with feedback across macro fixed income, where placeholder trades and steepeners to USD shorts, gold and Bitcoin longs have recently felt stretched at unique points for each of those trades. And having seen many of those trends pause, consolidate, or even locally reverse to an extent, with customers voicing desire to monetize some part of recent winners, e.g. saw some payer, UST downside unwinds yesterday. That said, the longs in UST front end remained emboldened by the clear downward trajectory shift in U.S. economic data, with the desk noting a modest trend in client flows increasingly willing to push deeper out into belly. Because data is by and large missing versus expectations across all subcomponents in recent months and indicative of the policy uncertainty and tariff drags finally realizing. So some danger ahead, right? Potential danger. Not only that, there's also danger of, they're not going to tell you, but natural inflation, which implies higher rates, right? So Around the turn of the week, it looked like we might have had a potential convexity dynamic brewing in the VIX space, where the return of the big VIX call buyer last week, 133,000 October 31 calls, which left the footprint of a specific player who tends to outsize the market and reload in size behind. Once dealers, market makers are able to recycle their risk, was then followed up on Tuesday with a separate buyer of 40,000 VIX October 21 calls. I think I said to you on Twitter that guy's shit is going to burn to the ground. On Tuesday, I made a comment about that. I reposted and made a comment on that VIX buyer and said, may those fucking VIX calls rest in goddamn peace. And they did. They got smoked this entire week. To add some further vol squeeze potential, hence as spot index equities sold off Tuesday, we saw some pretty nervy follow through in both vol of vol, VVIX, touching highs since August 1st, while skew jacked even steeper. At the start of yesterday's session, we saw a 95 percentile rank on SPX 25 date puts, 25 date call skew, and 92nd percentile rank on SPX put skew. I looked at this yesterday in the close. I was looking at the put skew yesterday. I was like, God damn, we could trade 640 tomorrow. You could buy 640s right now, and they will not print tomorrow if we went vertical down. People are just loading the fucking boats into those closes, myself included. I make all this money long all day long. It's like crank up into the close. And then I'm like, I got all this money. I'm going to buy some fucking lotto puts here. And I'm not the only one doing it. But ultimately, we saw renewed late-die buyers, enormous ETF. The VIX Vega slide scenarios from options and VIX ETN positioning showed you were there. Showed you why you were there, why there was some pucker going on early Tuesday post those flows. This is why we did a private stream. Let me read this to you again. So the VIX Vega slide scenarios from options and VIX ETN positioning showed you why there was some pucker going on early Tuesday post those flows. So when I came into the market at 8:30 with you and said, we're going to do a private stream, there was a bunch of things that I was thinking. The first thing that I was thinking was, I bet most traders are coming back from Thursday, going on vacation onto Tuesday, and they feel like they don't know where they are. They don't know where the direction is. I said, secondly, we're selling Thursday close and Friday through the weekend into Tuesday morning. And there's probably a lot of traders thinking that we're going to crash more, or not crash, but, go down even more. And there were some ugly flows coming in that morning. Once the bell opened, I'm like, there we go. We got everybody fucking getting tits short here. And my thesis was, nope, we just want to watch this one little white line. And if we don't cross it, we're going to start turning up. And I was watching the market with you on Tuesday morning saying, let's look at this fucking line. And they couldn't get it done. And it's not really couldn't get it done. They weren't ready yet to get it done. Because that would have opened up a bunch of downside. And this week would have ended ugly. So they're down there skirting it. And we start sweeping back up. And we're like, let's get long. So what do we do in that private stream? We took it fucking long and it ramped. And we made a bunch of money. And we weren't being overrun with sentiment when you should be closing your fucking puts on Tuesday morning and longing the market. And we had a great recovery, didn't we? So the VIX Vega slide scenarios from options and VIX ETN positioning showed you why there was some pucker going on early Tuesday post those flows. Where in the case of a shock, plus 10 vols into yesterday morning, we estimated a 123 million, 92nd percentile Vega buy between VIX ETNs, net long at recent extremes, plus the building dealer short calls position. Nothing to sneeze at. As vol will again be patient 0 in the case of a big negative job surprise scenario out of NFP tomorrow. That's today. These have all moderated a touch since spot has again rallied back, and vol couldn't hold the bid as vol supply filled in as per usual, e.g. the monster SPX 0-date iron condor seller. Yet the asymmetry towards vol squeeze remains. So it remains here. What are we doing this morning? We're waiting and watching, aren't we? Same thing this morning. We get a big vol squeeze on a Friday. Where can we go? Bloodbath, right? Down. Straight down into this close here. And there's probably a lot of bearishness here, too. Probably a lot of people that want to see this downside move into the close. Right? Start turning this around. Selling this bad boy down, right? Down, down, down. We'll pay attention to it. We're not there quite yet. We do have some nice follow through here. We got this nice high right here. We got this prior high. So this is expected to be taken out. We did. But this one right here is the danger. This is where your traditional chart people don't know that this is going on. That there's extreme downward force right here on the market. There's momentum that's very fucking bearish just above us right now. So we don't want to be long here. Calls or anything. You could trade the insides of this. You can trade like that pump right there, that pump right there. I wouldn't particularly be long here at all. We just want to make sure that they're not going to slam us down to the depths of hell. And if we can escape from the other side of this, if we can come up here, blast these guys out with some 12 o'clock buyers, and start to make another that high and high, we can start getting long in here. Until then, just chill out, relax. It's Friday. Got a nice big full week coming next week. These guys up here, they want to come in here and wreck this stuff. Get that ball moving. Just check this flow here. Now fucking wolves are out for the Fed, huh? Fucking Bessent's out here. Like they want those tariffs ruled legal, and Bessent, man, ruthless on the Fed right now. The night of the long knives on the Fed. I think it's pure fucking insanity. I'll be right up front with you guys. You give that authority to the fucking to the fucking executive branch, man. Oof. Like pure politics into it. It's crazy because people, it's bizarre. Like I'll read people be like, fuck the Fed, they're very political. And then out of one mouth, and then in the other mouth, they're like, give it to the executive authority. I'm like, these fucking people not realize that they're going to lose power at some point. It's a double-edged sword. It's not just one or the other party. Talking about politics running rates or just fiscal policy. We're not going to be trusted by the bond market or any other fucking bond market. Like the dollar, like sovereignty, man. Like, it's like I just don't get it. It's like, I mean, I know that some of the processes are fucked up and can be improved, but that like quasi independence is critical in my view for transparency. I'll show you where I think bottom is. Way down here. We'll see. If it is, we're going to be watching this where we think bottom is over here. If they can shank this bad boy down here, we'll get it on over here. Fucking take that. We'll take that one right there. No trade, though. We'll be executing new shorts here. Getting crazy. No new puts here. Just hang out and watch this price action here. It was a good week. This whole week's been pretty good. There's another one in here too. There's like two of these fucking things. There's like this one, that one. Maybe we'll do it that way. I'm gonna get rid of this one for right now. I kind of want to see like this one right here. I want to see the break. I want to see the squeeze. I want to see some improvement here. I want to see this turn up. Oh shit, hold on. This is, I like seeing that hourly like that. I want to see that right there. I want to see this right here. And then I want to see price kind of. I want to see like this kind of stuff. I want to get through this traffic here. I'm really afraid of like plunging down and then bloodbath to the downside. There's like a whole what? Like sideways bloodbath in here, so I only want to take this trade if we can escape it. I'm not bullish here. This is all still valid in here. Hold on, we'll just leave it like this. Just draw it and push it over. And no, I'm not drawing these because I think we're doing this. I'm drawing these so that you can visualize potential outcomes. What you should be looking at. If it was up to me, I wouldn't draw any of this. Same trade right here. We need to get underneath this here. I don't know if we break through this or not. I'm just going to draw it through, though. We're on S1 right now. You can actually see it. I just put the pivots on. So here's the intraday bullishness, and this is S1. We start losing S1, we're going to start attacking S2, S3, all that kind of shit, S4, S5. You can actually see it right here. This is intraday bullishness right here above this yellow line. Coming into 12 p.m., 1 minute left. We're going to find out what these flows are. Are they buyers or sellers? If I didn't draw those lines, right, people would get annihilated. I need them to learn how to look at them in their minds. Same reason these blocks are here. Right about there. No buyers that I can see yet. That's the path unless something happens. Remember, we got to still do the bullshit down here, bullshit down there, and we got to break through this to a new low. This is the juiciest part of the trade over here. You execute it below this low right here. Big money in there. One minute trigger rolling down now. Trying to trap these fucking bulls in. Whole bunch bunch of negative momentum coming down here, here. This also can lead to squeezing, but we're not there yet. So keep watching this right here. We did all that already. Get rid of that one. Might be a bottom. Crowd right there. Important level. We broke through. We tagged it. I want to look at something here. Checking out NVDA here. I might want to own NVDA here, but I can't tell. Like an actual underlying. We're like sitting right on it, fucking right now. So I'll look at this really quick. Like I'm looking at NVDA right now. I think it could come down to like 147. But it's like sitting right on the buy. Right on the buy thing here. It's a hard place to make that call if I want to buy it or not. If you look at Nvidia on a monthly candle, or you guys want to look at this together? Let me just show you guys this. Go down here and look at Nvidia. I mean, this is a monthly chart for NVDA. Look at this fucking thing right here. We could go all the way down here. So I'll look at this really quick. I've been wanting to get along Nvidia for some time now. Waiting fucking patiently. There's still some more downside potential over here. Just look at this really quick here. This is the first big target, by the way, if you didn't know that. This is the big question here. So here's your monthly, right? We're kind of in the zone here. This is what everybody wants to see open. Everybody wants to see right here. Keep sliding this over. Watch this closely here. Oh, you can't see this. Hold on. Just watching this really closely here. I'm like watching both of these. I'm like watching this here to see if they can do the breakout. Not quite there yet. So watch that real close here. This is a very key level right here. Watch this is SPX here. No. Stop that. Stop that shit. Right, this is SPX. This is Friday 1600. Right there. Just leave that up right there. That up. Back here. Just waiting for this last little bit right here. See it right there. Let's go back to Nvidia. This is NVDA. You know that you know what these fucking guys want, right? They fucking want, close that gap, bloodbath that shit. Or I wrote that wrong. Like, squeeze this up, close the gap, or fail to close the gap, right? Sweep that shit right there, then you know what they want. 146.76, they want that one right there. But there's some good news here. This is a nice little diamond here. It's a nice corrective move. It's beautiful. Let's go look at the daily. A little bit more down here that could be taken out. I'm actually fine with like this. Back in here and look. That's pretty fucking bearish right there. Basically, this is telling you that we hit that month, we nailed that month, right? Any of that nonsense. You could even go up there and it's still, the way is lower. This is my only concern with that. Let's look at this really quick here. These are all 4 hours up here too. I'm not even going to put these 4 hours in because of these dailies up here. There's no fucking point, is there? I guess we can put this one over here. That's a giant ass fucking cell box right there. Look at that. Ooh. And there's something else we need to know here too. This one right here. This is the fuck you 4 hour block. So you can kind of see like there's a block right here. And there's this block down here. Way lower. Hold on here. And this in particular, I was watching this morning, this blood. Let's go here and look at this. I was watching this selling action in pre-market. Can we look at a 30-minute here? So right here, this might contextualize it for you. Hold on here. This is why we walked into I mean, just look at that up there. They're not fucking around, are they? That is looking for a at that low right there, that low right there. They got this one, but there's one more. There's a capitulation move in here. Blast down here. This hasn't happened yet, so we don't know if that's real or not. But they're trying for it up here. Just look at Velo here. There we go. Velo looks like shit on an hourly. You see this velocity right here? This looks terrible. Like that doesn't look good right there. Like hourly looks fine, but the daily looks like shit. You see that? Let's look at this here. This is like Avgo. Like Avgo's weekly looks good, but its daily looks like shit. I was gonna buy it here, but I don't think I'm gonna. I still think there's more room to go down. Into like month end or whatever, look for a new low here on NVDA. I was thinking about adding here, but I don't think so. I think there's one more low. I mean, you can do like calls and shit in here, but I think there's one more low in here. Up here to the 4, down there. Let's set an alert down here. Price crossing down once per minute. 8. I got an alert down here for 148.76. There's some gaps down here that need closed too. So if we're able to get down there, if we're able to get any kind of like unclench in the end of quarter, like early October, late September, I'd be down to buy this. Like I'd be down to buy it at like 150, maybe even lower, 130, 135, somewhere down here. Set alert at home for 148.76 on NVDA. I'm still in some calls here, so I bought calls right here. We're in there. This NVDA bottom right here, still sitting in them. Looking for this ramp higher here into the close. I will hope I could get it for the lunch. I actually started making money right here. I was up a bunch of cash right here. And I was like, I'll just leave it. So I'll just wait till the close. And my target on this for the close today was 1.7. My target is like right here. This is all I want for the day. Right in there. But I'll tell you what, this is real. That shit is real. That's the entire summer trade right there, too. You see that? It's the entire summer trade right there. I'll do one more alert in here. Hold on. This is right where we are right here. We should start going up here. You're expecting these fucking guys. If this is it right here, right? This was it, right? Or this was the instigation. There's the next one right there. Down here, right? Push up. Down here. We're here right now. We're sitting right fucking where they should be. Sitting right where they are, right? Like this is where they should be. This should be bottom. The only thing that I see here that's saying this more downside move is all this shit garbage right here. It's this daily trigger's coming down right here. Come back up here. There's the hourly trigger right there. The only thing that's telling me to watch out is this right here. $168. My target's 170, 172, but get rid of that. Okay, that's where the hourly. This is where the hourly danger is here. I still see that downside fucking move to 145. Go back over here and look. Still parked right here, no movement. Let's move this over. Buyer stepped in at 12 p.m. Nice little pump higher. Just waiting to see if we can continue to the outside here. Just move this over. Same thing. Now I just need to get the second high, just so you can see it here. 12 o'clock. There's a high. Just need to get this next to high right here. Pick that one up. Right here. Where'd that green line come from? Is that a 4-hour line? Was. Okay.
Scotiabank sees the Bank of Canada cutting in September and October.
Well, hello everybody, this is Donald J. Trump. You're behind.
So Scotiabank changing their Bank of Canada rate forecast after the weak jobs report. Reminder with the Canadian employment change, it came in at minus 65.5k compared to the forecast of 5k and compared to the prior of minus 40.8k. So just seeing here across some of the wires here, just on X, that Trump is reportedly considering blocking US tech companies from outsourcing jobs to India.
1247. $167.97. So I'm watching the 4-hour candle here on NVDA. I got this little yellow box up here. See this one right here? This is the top of the 4-hour candle right in here. And we kind of have to break out here pretty quick. If we don't, they're going to send it back down. Well, we're in a pretty critical stage right here.
At 1 p.m. Eastern time, we have the Baker Hughes oil rig count prior 412, total rig count prior 536.
8 minutes left. That over there. Where is... There's 1,300. There's 2. Make sure there's no like blooding in here between 2 and 3. Yeah, there's like we're burning time. It's like there's a setup in here of like there's a setup in here to like crank but then a bloodbath into the close. We're not there yet. I can't see it yet, but if bulls are going to get something done that's worthwhile into the close, they got to get it moving. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking to sell the fuck out of the close here, so we'll watch it closely here. You can see it in this yellow box right here. This is a prior 4-hour right here. What they're doing right now is like stall. You're allowed to go up here, but then the next the closing 4-hour is a bloodbath. You take 20% of that last candle, and then we start fucking selling. The bulls needed to get this done already. They need to start fucking ramping in here. Take a bunch of this next 4-hour candle, then come back down for 20%, and then move up. So it's not happening. There's a pump. It's just probably going to be short-lived. Keep watching it. Yeah, there's like a what they're setting up right now is limited upside. You can go up, it's just limited. We'll see. If we poke our heads up, we can go higher. We're just not there yet. 1 and 5 minute trigger turning up. Hourly trigger beginning to turn up right now. Half-hour trigger beginning to turn up. I bet I could go away and come back. This is kind of like the other day. Like I was like, oh, I'll just come back at 3:30. Then I started blabbing. I was like, oh, fuck it, we'll look at other stuff. But I was like, yeah, I could probably come back at 3 today and we'll just buy the ramp. And sure enough, we just ramped all day long into the close. We're kind of in that same place right now. Except limited upside today, unlike the other day. I think it's way more limited today. So yeah, they're murdering that chance of that happening. There's like a potential how do I describe it? We'll look at it together. There's like what they're trying to do here is create a next leg down. That's what it looks like to me.
Surely expecting the big use data.
What I think they're trying to do here is limit this upside here and force a trade to like right down here. So they're like, if they can, the longer we kind of hang out here and not start fucking around with the prior stuff, what it does is it creates this like squeeze up here and then a sell into the depths of hell. I would not be shocked if we wake up either the close today or Monday at like 6:40. But we're not going to do it right now. What they're going to do is they're going to go up here and race all this shit and then come back down. I think we're pretty much up and down right now. So you get this move right here.
Total recount 537.
They'll allow this move to happen into the next 4-hour block at 1 p.m. too. And they're going to shank it straight down there in either the bell or Monday morning. So the longer we spend here, the worse it is for bulls, in my view. So there is potential to pop our heads up and then go higher, but it's not in bulls' favor. Or I should say it's not in bulls' favor for the leg lower
414.
at the moment. So we'll see. Nvidia is doing the same thing right now. I'm looking at Nvidia's 4-hour candles, and we're eating it right now. Let me see if I can show you this simply. So this is a 4-hour candle on Nvidia. See this right here? So this is all great right here. This all looks good. See that one right there? Kind of have to, in this candle, I want to see this get violated. I'm going to draw that better. I really want to see, like, you see this right here, this 4-hour candle? I really want to see that get violated. Come back down, take like 20%, and then go up. But just by holding us here, right, we start to form that next candle, and we're like about there. So we'll let that pop happen, and then you make that new candle into the close, and we'll go down. So they're trying to limit this upside here. We're not quite there yet, but we'll watch it. Gotta get a move on. There is a bullish upside too. If they can't get the downside, we could squeeze again. They can set this move higher up again, but we're not quite there. Like if we get no movement, it resets to mega squeeze again. Like you get chances within these time periods. So you get more than one chance. But for right now, what this is looking like is they're trying to set up that limited upside to get that downside move. We'll see. They want this fucking thing coming straight back down. This. Wham. Hold on, sorry, I'm not reading what you guys are saying. Hold on. There you go, Yield Maximus. we're burning time here. You guys can't tell. I'm just sitting there going, all right, we're just gonna sit here and wait until we start moving again. So there's like a fair chance. A few things, we'll discuss a few things. So like Mass was just asking, should I put a put spread on today? Not in my view. I'd like to buy like 40. I'd like to long 40 if possible. We can flush down a 40 at some point today, the weekend, Monday, Tuesday. I'd like to buy that low if possible. Like just flush everybody out, get that long. But I don't want to buy it today. I might buy a put or a call spread on that if we did that today. If we did that on the close, I might do that. If we could hit 40, I'd be stoked. But I don't think we hit that until either the close or like Monday, fucking Tuesday morning or some shit. I'd really like to hit. So I'd really like to hit like 640, like some kind of blood. I don't care how we get there. To institute some kind of a long into next week. I'm very afraid of us going vertical into FOMC right now. It's been growing on me for days and days and days and days. I keep calling people and asking them, people I trust, like real trust people, like guys that work in Chicago right now, kind of guys. I'm not committed to that thesis at all. I'd rather just trade price action and not be wrong. But there's a fair chance that we like go vertical into FOMC, and that's a watershed moment for a cut cycle. If that is true, you only want to be hedging on major highs, like 50, 650, 657, something like that, maybe even higher. There could be a chance of taking every fucking stop all the way up, and then we roll for a big crash but it's not real yet. So you don't want to. There's no reason to trade that yet. The only thing to do here is wait for like a flush for 640 and then run it up. And then on major highs, put a hedge on. Either that's a closing high on a daily basis or it's on a weekly high. Do not be fucking hedging here. This is not the place to hedge, in my view at least. I think I told you yesterday, I'm like, hey, we're at a big high, right? This is a place where you can hedge. It's always when you're most ecstatic. Whenever you're happy, think about a hedge. Whenever you're, oh my God, this is bad, don't ever be thinking about adding a hedge there. They cost a lot of money. They're not going to print for you. And then a hedge means that you're long, right? And that's the other side of it. So if you're not long, what the fuck do you need a hedge for? Or are you trying to become bearish? Because a hedge and bearish is different, right? They're not the same thing. And you shouldn't take hedging as bearish sentiment. So if you're going to buy a hedge, they cost a lot of money. You want to buy them when they're cheap, right? As cheap as you can get them. Low volatility is the best time to put a hedge on. You can buy time usually with that. But you can do it. You just want to do it when everybody's happy, that's when you throw a hedge on. And same thing in inverse. If everybody's in blood, you're buying there, right? Or starting to try to buy. Even if you get cut up, you're down there trying to get long. So I wouldn't personally do a head share. I would just be looking for that low, like the accumulation, right? I'm looking for accumulation here. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense to you guys? Don't you guys know, like, if you are buying, it should look ugly. Like ugly. Oh God, it's gonna crash. Oh God, we're going down some more. Oh God, it's gonna be awful. Or near there, starting there. I'm sure if we traded 40 right now, people would be in. I think Miguel got said that, right? Like on Tuesday of this week, there were really bearish bets coming in on Tuesday. You guys forget this shit? Am I the only one that doesn't have hindsight fucking trading around here? Like Tuesday morning, Thursday, Friday, a bunch of bearish bets came in, and then like Tuesday morning, a fuck ton of bearish bets came in. And it's the wrong time to be doing those. And so you don't know who they are. You don't know if it's like a charter. Remember I drew that line on Tuesday and I said, if we go below this line, they'll be forced put buying. And we could get a nice little leg down, right? Dealers have to chase them down for that leg down as that forced put buying or covering. Like if you're a professional, you have a charter, it says at these milestones, you have to do these things. It can be anything. If Tesla hits fucking $1, you got to put a purple hat on and squeeze your nose like a clown.
$7 billion.
Right? They literally write shit like that, exactly that. But they'll write that to like a charter. Like at these moments, you have to do these specific things. So you don't know when we're down there in those zones. Is that forced buying? Is it just sentiment? And so you're looking for the forced buying levels, and then you're also looking for the sentiment levels, and then you get shit coming across the wire and shit on fucking FinTwit. And they're like, oh my God, somebody just placed a bet for 100,000 VIX calls. It cost them $1 million. And you're like, oh, fuck that guy. The guy's going to get smoked. And they can't move like you move as a retailer. There's like some advantages to being a retailer. You don't have to move with them. And they have to sell their ohm to you. They beg for their ohm. Oh my God, I just bought $1 million in VIX calls. Please buy some of these with me. So, and as a retailer, you don't have to do that. You can kind of move where they can't. So, here is like no man's land. It's good for like an intraday trade or whatever, but I want to buy lower something to make real money, which is 640. Right down here, I'll show it to you. Like this is where I want to buy lower. Somewhere down in here. I mean, that'd be a fucking sexy ass right down here. I'll just draw it in for you. I'll just write it to you. Ready? CJJ's cheap ass. The one CNBC right now wants cheap ass calls. Hold on a second. Will I get them? Probably not. But I will be here. Waiting. Now I don't know when I get this opportunity. This could be right now. You know what I mean? Could be right now. Woohoo! Well, I was like, woo, all the way down here. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Let's buy some calls for next week. Put a call spread on. Let's do it. You know, it's good risk. It's a zero, big 640. Right? We're probably gonna at least back test this daily trigger and all that, right? The hourly trigger and all that. Probably get an easy out if I'm wrong. Right? If I'm wrong, let's look at it like this. So here is your hourly trigger. Here is your daily trigger. So I mean, like, I think like I could make way worse trades if we had at some point just blast down here, slam there, cha-ching, buy some call spreads, right? And I got some room in here before a new roll. I got some room. Put some stops down here. You know what I mean? It's like safe-ish, manageable. But we're not there right now, are we? So this is like worst outcome, right? Right? We bounce. Stop myself out so I don't get annihilated. Maybe I take some licks or something. Spreads so they're easy. But we're not here either, are we? So, and I might be left behind too, right? So, like for right now, there's no for me initiation of a trade long either, like significance, except for like 0-8s or some shit, you know, 10 cent, 20 cent calls, 10 cent, 20 cent puts, stuff like that. And on the sell side, you need to be higher, in my view, even than this hourly trigger. You need to be higher. So I'm really afraid of that squeezing into. I'm really fucking afraid of like this policy bullshit forcing the matter. Even if it's not true, we're just at a point now where I think the street doesn't give a fuck and the bond market doesn't give a fuck. Bond market's flashing, or SOFR, overnight repo and shit like that. That was all flashing fucking scary shit. And, you know, you got like, there's something else to be said here. Like, there's something else to be said here, which is the Fed and the Treasury Department and the bond markets and the equity markets have other ways to perform QT for bad policy. There are ways for fucking over the stock market and showing your displeasure, and they're doing it right now. So it's very dangerous, in my view. We're not there yet where it's tradable, but they're showing their hand right now. So if that's the case, I don't think it's like sell everything right now, but I do think it's prudent to watch out for a massive fucking squeeze as the roll happens, if it happens. Well, I guess the shorter frames, I'm not scared of it, but I am scared of it as you know how things go around here, right? Like taco time. You had like fucking Trump the other day saying he's going to send the military into Chicago, and like fucking 8 hours later he's like, well, we're not going to Chicago anymore. So anything can change between now and then. In this environment where we're in, anything can change from literally 5 minutes ago, in my view. I was talking to David AMS about it late last night. we talked into like 2 in the morning, I think 1 or 2 in the morning last night. And we were discussing the market last night. And I had talked to VolWiz earlier in the week. And VolWiz said in a lot of ways the market's become easier because it's so written, rules are written today, and people are auto trading so much that like humans aren't selling. And like if you buy a stock, you're just owning it now to retirement. So you're just looking for lows, adding to your fucking retirement, right? And then the traders, the vast majority of traders have access now to AI. So, and I got friends at BlackRock. I got a friend at BlackRock that showed me. He's like, I'm writing these fucking programs for just a regular old retail trader. And in these programs, they're simple. If this happens, you do this. If that happens, you do that. If this happens, you do that. These are all normal rules for trading. And so now you've got like all these fucking people that are fucking trading rules-based trading. And so I was talking to VolWiz first about it, and he's like, trading should get easier and easier and easier and easier because they're dumbing the fucking shit down. There's no human element anymore. And that could get worse and worse and worse and worse over time. That could benefit you as a retail trader to know that and to trade with it. Now, saying all of that, I was talking to David AMS late last night, and I was like, I tried swing trading, and he's like, like I instigate the trade and I'm trying to swing this fucking thing for like a week or a month, and they're hitting my targets in one fucking session. Like one session. They used to never be the case. You used to be able to put on like a monthly call or put, and you get a print. You'd be up like 30% down, then you get a full print, and after a month, you'd buy in a weekly trade, same thing. It's not happening anymore. You got systematic retail trading and systematic HFTs and systematic everywhere, systematic and rules-based systems. And then you've got dealers right now constantly fucking chasing this shit. And they're like chasing the systematics, and then they're fucking dumping on the systematics at the same time. So you're getting like these extreme moves in shorter amounts of time. And they're very brief too. Like, oh my God, we got the print. Okay, get out right now at this moment. Okay, we're going down here now, and we're gonna like get that print. And oh my God, we're gonna go up there and get that print. And you see it even on smaller time frames, like 10-second time frames, 1 minute time frames. It's like really, really condensed. So I don't know what to say on that. I don't know what I'm coming to for a point here, but if you do, I guess maybe the top line takeaway from all of that would be, if that's what we're doing, within a day or two, you should see a moment where you have a chance to do what you want to do. Maybe 3 sessions at most, where you're like, okay, yeah, look at all-time highs again. Sweet, put a hedge on. Oh God, we're at the bottom again. Did we break that support? No. Oh fucking A, we're buying again. You know what I mean? So it's like buy, sell, buy, sell, and it's very clear and clean. So the need to do something is not there. You'll probably get a chance quick at any moment in any day with this like systematicness to the market right now. So there's like no point. My point is that there's no fucking point. I think that VolWiz and David Amos both said that in both of those conversations. There's no fucking point. David or VolWiz the other day was like, so they couldn't get it sold down by fucking 3? You long. You know what I mean? You just buy 0 to 8 calls and then fucking whoom, rip, woohoo, making money. You know what I mean? So, and then like once a week, you're looking for that high and that low. We saw that major weekly low on Tuesday, short week, and they didn't sweep to unlock the downside. It's on to the upside for the whole week. And so we did that. Ramp the fucking week into Thursday. And, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday start just fucking ramping. And now we're just kind of hanging out, right? There's nothing really to do here. There really isn't. It's like, after Friday, let's I gotta look for 640 or, fucking ramp this fucker to another all-time high. Or break support. So I can get on sell side. It's one or the other. So there's not much to do. Do you guys understand this stuff or no? So right now, dealers are doing shit, right? Just murder the chain. Murder the chain. That's all they're doing. They're just going to fuck off here for the next hour until like 3:30. I mean, look at this. The trade was dead. I think I closed somewhere in here, right? Closed like right here. Somewhere in here I closed. And what have we done since then? Nothing, right? Bounced, and we're just parked. Ain't nothing to do. So, just kind of hang out. If I can catch some downside prints on puts that are expiring today, I'll take it. If I can catch some side on some cheap-ass calls, they're all cheap. Like, look at calls and puts. They're dirt cheap across the market. They're like pennies. So, throw some pennies at some calls and puts. If they print, good. If they burn, who the fuck cares? Nobody cares. It's like a fucking strangle right here. So, if you get the move and you get the print, you take that side. The other side burns. The only other option would be, we talked about this on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, right? If we're just sitting here, worst case scenario is they murder them into the bell.
In September.
So. Swing trader, swinging, swing trading. You can't swing trade anymore. There's no point. Like, what do you do on like a even this week? Let's look at this week. So you instigate a SPY swing trade on Monday, right? Let me just look at this really quick. So let's say open like Tuesday. We knew we were going to go up, right? So you do a monthly call spread, and let me just see what the move was.
Well, hello everybody.
So on Tuesday, right? The low on Tuesday.
The markets. If you're a real day trader,
We went up. You ready for this? 2.72%. Like,
purchase.
A 635 to 652 call spread. I don't doubt you'd even do that one, right? So like, you're getting your monthly print in 3 days. Like in 3 days, the move happened. So what do you do here? Let's look at this here. Like, so, let's take a look at this together here. Okay, so let's just look at this at a baseline here. Where do you want to be executing trades right now? Like, just simple. Forget like all the fucking technicals. Forget the fundamentals. Forget everything. Just like, you got a trend here. You got a trend here. Has it broken? Where are we? We're in the middle of the trend, right? Where do you want to be trading with size? Down here, down here, down here. Up here, take the money up here, take the money up here. So if you got like some leftover shit, you can do like cheap calls and cheap puts. But that's it, right? Can't take a position here. I wouldn't take a fucking put spread here. Because what if they go up with it? This one right here, right? Down here, fuck your call, your put, bro. So the only size position is here. You know what I mean? Like, instigating a trade here is where? It ain't here. I mean, 0 dates and stuff, sure, like pennies and strangles and stuff. You can strangle this all day long. And strangle that if you want all day long. You can straddle this. You can also, like, you got fucking Theta Gang in here. They're like, building a position here, and choke this thing out. You can't get bearish here. Tuesday proved that, right? You needed the new low to start looking down and start selling any rip, right? We're not there yet, are we? So if we're not there yet, where do you want to put a hedge on? Here, right? Hedge. And where do you get bearish? So you're up here. Did you put a hedge on? Okay, you got a hedge. So now we're down here, new low. Then you start getting like fucking put spreads, weekly puts, 0-date puts, and you sell the rip. But we're just not there, so there ain't shit to do. And this one right here is a prime example. This one right here. You're in the middle, and what do they do to you? Oh, bro, it's gonna go down here and down there. That's garbage. Stop. Bye bye. What do they do that right here too? Right. For me to get that long, I need that bounce and that right there. Then I'm like, fuck yeah, long baby. Right. All they got to do here is just murder all the doom. Right. Then come down here. The real danger here, too, is this right here. Ramporama. You go up there like 557, all that kind of stuff. Take all their fucking hedges out, their puts out. They're not structured right for a drop. There's danger up there. So if you want to start getting bearish, it's the same as this fucking thing right here. You needed to see remember we're all getting long down here, and these people are all getting short, and they just get sucked up in it. Bye-bye, fuck you. Matter of fact, you can see it right here, how it happened. We open right here. They're telling you, oh my God, buy a bunch of fucking puts, VIX, we're going to crash, right? So dealers chase that fucking bullshit. The moment you stop buying it, dealers, fuck you, no. Catch a little bit of wind and some fire. No new low. Just start buying calls again, take all their fucking stops. These guys are out now. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong action. You name it, they fucked it up. So, and they didn't clear the low they needed to. It was like right here. They needed like right here or something. And they just didn't get it. They didn't dip their wick. And the moment that they didn't do that, it proved that the buyers were still here. So we needed that wick to prove that the buyers were not there any longer. We didn't do that. So what happens? Wham, 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 upside. Fuck you. And there's another lesson here too. If we break, the targets are low down here. They're way the fuck down there. Right? How much of this move do you need? That's 4% How much of that move do you actually need? You need to get the ball rolling, get the momentum on your side, and you just need like that part of the move. You don't need all this down here. You don't need that. You don't need this. You don't need to be top calling, and you don't need to be bottom calling. You just need this like belly. The belly of the move right there. So you be patient when it happens. And when you're looking at it just basic right here, this is not the place, is it? I'm going to buy some puts. Okay, we're going to take them all from you. I'm going to buy some, calls for next week for this big ramp. Not really. What if they run us back down here and I got to fucking do it again? So you can do some 0-dates if you want, some 0-dates here if you want. But don't be doing your whole account or, like a care or anything. Or like don't be like maxing out on a decision when you can just, the easy trade is here and the easy trade is here. Easy trading is in here, not in here. So let's look at let's look at that really quick. Hold on here. Give me a second here, because it's 137 right now. We'll give me a second here. I'll remove all this. Let's go take a look at. Let's do a weekend review here. Expectation. So I just deleted all this stuff, and we're gonna look at this one more time. If you guys are trying to get out of here, and I realize that this is just murder bot in here. So just so you know, into this close right here, I've got some leftover. Where's 1600? I've got some leftover puts that I never closed. I have monetized some of them, but not all of them. Just in case we get this next leg before the close today. 1, 2, and 3. So I got some runners on for down here. I did start buying some calls somewhere in here on Nvidia, and I bought some more calls right here. They're like, cheap. So now I've got exposure here and exposure up here into the bell. It's kind of a strangle. We could trade sideways and do nothing and dump down. We could squeeze up here, and the way the hours are running right now, come back down here. If the bulls were able to get something started, there was a chance they could go up here, capitalize on that. That did not happen. So none of this is really doing anything right now. If you look at velocity, I think I showed you this earlier. It's not in a bull's favor. 30-minute. It's not perfect. There's a little bit of biting here. You see this buying? A little bit of accumulation here. Good to see. I bought a little bit of that too. But you really want it to be down here. So it's not perfect. There's some danger here too, with daily velocity being lost, even though price is going up. And I think this concerns me more closer to FOMC, OPEX, Vixpiration, DivX, all that kind of stuff. We can still have price going up and begin losing daily highs and closes. This divergence, though, even if we're going up in stock market, can be signaling a major move down that has not revealed itself yet, and you can't trade it yet. But it's there. So we're not being offered anything here, and you could just see it with simple lines, right? That there's nothing really to do here. So we're gonna go back to let's go back to a month here. And if I had to take like an educated guess, here, if I had to take an educated guess here, we're flushing right now, and we're waiting for the next leg up, not down. Okay, on a higher frame. But I just want to show it to you here. Give me a second here. Just want to show you this. Let's hide all this stuff here. Can I hide everything? Wait a minute. Hide drawings. Hide indicators. Okay. Get that shit out of here. Okay, so what do we need to know here? Now, this is the prior month candle, right? This is August. This is September, right? And traditionally, the third is the high of the market, right? But it can be a few days before. It could be a few days after. Maybe not a few days, like 1 or 2 days before, and a few days after. We got today is the 5th. We did get a high here. Maybe that's the top. I don't know. No idea. But we'll make that a white line right there. Next thing I want to see is what? This one right here. This candle. This prior month. This is the September candle. This is the August candle. And the one thing I do not want to see, where I start getting fucking bearish, is the loss of about 80% of that candle. I know that there are buyers here. Where they are right here. And I know that there's been buyers pumping this. Right? Put this one right here. Oh, hold on. I want to see that hold right there, don't I? So just look at this candle real quick. I want to, for bullish, more upside, I want to make sure that I'm not erasing this stuff. You know what I mean? I want to be instigating calls somewhere in here. These are the buyers are, right? I want these buyers in here, right? Let's go look at this right here. And there's the rest of what we know as bottom of this week. Right, is in here. This is this week. September. First week of September. Right? Buy, 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 buy. Sell, 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 buy, buy, right? So you get buy, 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 buy. 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 Buy, right? We're coming into a new week, aren't we? Big sellers right there, right? So buy, 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 buy. Sell, 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 sell. Up here. Now let's go look at a weekly basis. We keep the stuff all hidden. And we got some more information here, don't we? Let's go look at this information. And we have our Tuesday the 2nd, right? This is the first week of September. Right? This is where the buyers were in August. Buyers were here in August too, weren't they? And the buyers are right here in August too, right? So you've got buyers on a weekly basis, buyers on a weekly basis, buyers on a weekly basis. And where did they come back on Tuesday of this week? They were in here in August. And they came back beginning of the week, didn't they? They bought this shit. We didn't get that new low, did we? 632.28. We didn't get it, did we? Instead, what happened was what? Buy, 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 buy over, buy that, buy this. Remember, they're up here. And what did they do? They got a print. Ching. The bastards, right? Buy, 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 buy. And buy again. So where do we think that they are right now? Well, today happens to be Friday, doesn't it? Today happens to be Friday, doesn't it? So let's take a look at the week and see where they could be. So we got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today's Friday, right? Where do we need to close today, in your estimation, for a dip buy next week? If these are the buyers that started out this week, they bought right here, and they bought right here, where do you think they want to buy next week? Anybody? Probably down here, right?
Job growth is definitely below the break-even rate.
We're going to assume that they're where?
Keep in mind,
Right there, right?
speaking on Bloomberg TV. We'll get a live video out on the feed.
So we're going to assume that buyers want to buy a dip for next week. Want to buy a fucking dip. Now, maybe they don't. Maybe they're gone. Maybe they're panicking. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to assume they're right here. Not only am I going to assume they're right here, but I'm also going to assume that they might even be willing to go even lower, like right here.
He says hiring could be artificially lower due to immigration.
I'm also going to assume that these buyers are these guys down here, so I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to assume for next week, if I'm buying,
So we have posted the
I want to buy right down here.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67%.
So get rid of this.
Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
Captain Jim James cheap ass is somewhere in here. That's 642.64, 640.20. Look at this over here. My cheap ass
He says, I'm still undecided on
is
the
right here.
September rate decision.
For next week. So I got Friday. Here's Monday. I don't care if I get this bullshit down here. I don't care if we...
Goolsby says, if we were to start...
I don't care if it's like up here, right? And then back down here on Monday, Tuesday. My cheap ass gets to get long. And trend over here. Don't care.
Says we have to look at inflation side of the Fed's mandate too.
I got some upside targets up here, right? I know where those fucking sellers are, right? You do too, right? Right up there. I can now make an assumption here that if the buyers are still here, they want to buy here
to make sure the services inflation
and here
is a blip.
I mean, they'll buy this. They don't want to see this go down. You know, they don't want to see this, do they? They don't want to see that. So they'll support all this, accumulate. And you're a retail trader, so you can probably wait for some kind of stretch down here, right? You're not a fucking systematic trader. You're like down there in the trenches. You're trying to get a tick. Like right there, Cap. Got it. Sweet, let's do it. You got targets to the upside for Friday. 650, 647. Pretty cool, right? If we begin to break down, let's say we're like, hey, we're trying to buy a dip. Oh my God, we broke through.
Now at the top
Okay, close them out. Or we didn't. No, they didn't buy them. Or
we'll see if there's a
we snap back up, get a new high. Okay, let's start accumulating for that trade right there, right? I can put time on it and a month. Put fucking January on it if I want. I don't care when I get the print, right? We're getting them really fast, aren't we? You can do like a call spread for the week. You can do a call spread for time on it. Don't matter.
2 p.m. event has actually been cancelled, and it notes that it's been merged with the 4 p.m. event. So at 4 p.m., Trump's due to be making an announcement and signing executive orders simultaneously.
We're not listening to him today. He did this shit last Friday. He talked for like fucking 4 hours. I ain't doing this Trump shit today. So this is really what we need to know. You should snip this and take this home with you. Snip this screen, take this with you. It's fairly easy to see. So my cheap ass is down here. And there's already people saying, let's get call put spreads. And I'm like, fuck no. This is accumulation phase. Not as low as I'd like to see it, but it is accumulation phase. It's definitely the place where you close too, right? Like here's the money in here. Here's where the fucking FOMOers live. I'm just like making money. So what do we do here? Velo looks terrible for early next week. We kind of have an idea here, right? Target for next Friday. We can even lower this down a little bit, rein in our expectations, outperform. Go back to a month, and we're going to look at some stuff now. We're going to, no. There you go. We're back again. Here we go. So let's see what we can see here with indicators and all the other bullshit. Give me a second here. Let me just check. There we go. So this is pretty bad, right? I'm going to snap one line down here for a month. This is where things get ugly. It's where all the bears want to be. Go for a week. What do we see up here? We don't need this. We don't need this anymore. We can figure out. We know what fucking we know what the dates are for next week, right? We're gonna look at some economic news before we close out the day here today. Let's snap this one down here, this juicy fucking downside. All the bears are drooling. We're gonna go to a day. My cheap ass is down here. This is where the big boys come to play right here.
Goolsby says, I still think we're likely in the full employment space.
And we start filling this up, don't we? We got a 4-hour right here. This is where I live. My cheap ass is almost in the right place. Right about there. CJJ's cheap ass. We got the dealers are like no uppies, right? They're right here. And I want you to think about this 4-hour right here. This 4-hour right here. And I want you to think about Friday of next week. Give them out to Friday. And there's two zones here, isn't there? There's this zone right here. And there's this zone right here, right? And being in the middle, I'm like, I don't like that at all. Like, I don't want to be picking.
Pushing the US in a stagflationary direction.
Kind of want to be like a buyer down here. Maybe take the money over here. A buyer over here. Take the money over here. Nice, big, beautiful. I definitely don't want to get stuck in the middle for next week at all. And this 4-hour here does nothing for me, does it? So we're gonna go switch now to a. We're gonna put one more thing in here, and this is where the accumulation is for the upside. Right. We're stuck in the middle, right? 4 and 4. There's like no playing. This is what they're trying to do to get up here. Yep, sorry. Now, let's just talk about something here. Let's say that we have this zone right here. So I have this zone right here, right? And I say I hate trading the middle. If we do this breakout with a nice little back test, we can trade that. But we're not there yet, are we? For a long? No. We haven't shown this, have we? No. So there's no long there. Have we shown this side yet? Nope. Nothing here. I mean, we're down here, but it's a nice low right here. There's no new low. So I'm going to stay down here looking to buy some calls, but not yet. So I'm going to draw this in just like this, okay? Here's the low. What I want to see is a rejection here. We'll call this like Monday. Maybe we can even do Tuesday if you wanted. I'd prefer Monday. Let's do it for Monday, 9 a.m. I'm going to make this dotted. Let's just dotted. That's it. Just dotted. Make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Oh, wait a minute here. I'm in a 4-hour right now. It's cleaner. So my cheap ass is sitting down here, right? Here's Friday next week. We know that corrections come in twos, right? Or 1, 2, and 3. Or they become more, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. As the Bears like to do. But if we can just see a sign of life here coming into next week, we go all the way down here, up here, and look for this on Monday at 9. We'll make this bigger so you can see it. Just like that. That's what I'm hoping for. This is what I want. If price action recovers and we get this high right here, I'm willing to buy that right there. But we're not there yet, are we? We have not made that new high. So we cannot take that trade, can we? There's nothing to do there, is there? So I'm going to leave this in right here. And I'm going to look for what? Basically this fucking thing, right? Does that make sense? So this is the expectation. Hold on one second here. Sorry, my daughter's here and I'm watching her. She's in another part of my office. So this is the outlook, right? And we can push this over to like Tuesday if you want. You can do like Tuesday, 9 a.m. Move that over there. Like we're looking for this low next week, right? Time or price, right? And you've got a window for it between now and Tuesday. You ever see people say, oh, turn around Tuesday? Uh-oh, what the fuck, Wednesday? Right, so we go up here, we go down here on a Monday, Tuesday. Oh, my God. We got to wait. Okay, so we're waiting. As long as we're holding this, it gets stops underneath. I got the price that I want my entry in. Still targeting this. Right? So just like that. We have a plan, don't we? We know that Velo's neutral. We also know that we can come up here, putt around, drop on Monday, Tuesday. Then you wake up Monday morning, you're all bulled up. They just hammer you, right? No move on Friday, no move on the weekend. How many Sundays we open flat? Tons of them, right? Everybody's bulled up. They drop it. They drop the hammer on you. We're already waiting down here. We know where to wait. Who else is cheap? Street's cheap, aren't they? These fuckers here will wait. These fuckers here will literally like watch that happen and just not take a trade. They're even cheaper than I am. Like if we get that new high, I'll chase that shit. I'm a retailer. I can do that. But the street won't. They'll be down here waiting. They're persistent. They wait for this. We could tell on Tuesday. And they auto bought the fuck out of this. So if we can get down here, and here's your white level for like this one, the white level that was over here last week, right fucking here. It's right here now, right there. There's one more place you want to think about if you were looking for a wick, maybe. Right here. These fucking guys right there. Do I think we go down there? No. I think I talked about this last night with you. Can we get down there? Sure. Do I think we're going to get down there? No. I think it's high probability? No. We'll put it in there, though, just in case. Kind of squirreliness down here.
According to the information,
Would I buy this? No.
$600 billion.
But let's say we just like
US.
blast down, right? Blast down. And all of a sudden it goes whoop, back up again right here. Fuck yeah, back in business, baby. Let's do it. I don't care anything about that. Just care about this big move right here. So there we go. Make sense? That's your projection for next week.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time.
For hedging.
FinancialJuice.com for
And for your bearishness.
67% on a subscription.
Let me get rid of this. Sorry, I gotta move this and turn my camera off so you guys can see this shit. If you're a bear and you're like, Cap, we ain't doing that, bro. We're going to go down here. We're going to bloodbath down here, start rolling down. We're going to get into the FOMC, and they're going to start blooding. We're out of here, going depths of hell. I have a message for you, too. Your short is up here. Or hedge. I know you guys fucking lie all the time. It's right here. Or you can snip. We'll snip this too. For the bears. We'll do that chart for them.
Chief says natural gas will become the largest US export. So US Energy Department of Secretary Wright says that the natural gas will become the largest US export.
Hang tight here. I got to look at one more thing here. Hold on. There's fucking guys right here. Monday, Tuesday, doom. Hang tight here for a minute. Want to check something here for next week? NFP revisions on Tuesday, PPIs on Wednesday. Inflation prints on Thursday. I don't think you can get it done down here. You might be waiting still to the FOMC on the 16th, 16th, 17th. Yeah, I don't see your trade over here.
Says Energy Secretary Wright, speaking Washington.
16th. Right about there. Oh, it's looking kind of wonky here. Hold on. There. It's only if break below 633. And rejection. That a 20. All right. So if you're a bear, this is the alternate count. Not count, but the alternate trade. Save that one too. That's for the bears. I'll post that one. We're going to get rid of this. We're not there yet, so there's no point in it. So if you're a bear for next week, your sell signal's here. Or let's say the bulls can't put it together next week, right? We break below this. Oh my God, it's terrible, right? Oh my God, we make a new low. Oh my God, it's horrible, right? Oh, everything is awful. It's terrible. It's brutal. And then we go back up here, right? We start fucking around, right? We start fucking around. We're tied in, right? All of a sudden, we're inside of FOMC. There's just garbage in here. You're just ready to sell. You're not a seller here. You're just ready. So you start to see that second break, right? And that new low over here, or whatever that low is. Sorry about that. Hold on. So you get that low down there. And then you see that new low. You're like Johnny on the spot. Short puts, whatever the fuck it is you're in, and you get stops up here. And why are you waiting that long for all of this? Like, why, Cap, why do I got to wait for all of that? Because you don't want to lose your fucking ass. You've lost your fucking ass like the here, lost your ass over here, lost your ass over here, lost your ass again. And the payout is beautiful. You know, you dip your wick down here, and you're getting ready up here, right? You could theoretically do that. Like take it down to here, close, get the new low, then you're back up here, short again. And then it's like, bam, right? Cha-ching. Close them. Right? Come back up here. And now you're on sell side, right? Because you've got your sell the rip now, right? So you got this big buy going over here. And you got the momentum on your side, right? You can get fucking spicy down here, right? So you're like, well, fuck it, man. I made, I was tactical over here, right? I watched for that. Then I took that move, made a bunch of money. Took that move, made a bunch of money. And now I'm like trying to do it again. It's like big money right here, right? Big money right here. And you're just like monstering it, Bam, bam, bam. And whenever this happens, whether this happens back here or in the future, like tactical, cool bear, right? Teach that to bulls on the other side, right? It's like blooding down here. Oh, yeah, baby, you're licking your chops. And there's more to this, too. So now you're tactical. You smash this whole entire thing down. Fucking blooding. And what do? Oh, we're going down here. No, fuck you. We're not going down there. Like, we're around right down here. You got to wait. If you see this trigger coming down, I've already told you what that means, right? If you don't see it, bad news, right? This thing's coming up here. And we're bleeding. But this is divergent. That's not good, is it? Fuck no, you're out. Close them up. If, though, we're bleeding and your daily trigger's coming down, right? Now it's coming down. Let's say, woo, oh my God, it's following us down. Holy shit. Right? It's fucking following us down. So you're like, okay, fuck it. Fuck these bulls. So you let them get up here. You're underneath the weekly now. This is all on your side. And you do a tactical short again, right? Come down here, break the low, come back up here, and you're back in on it again. And all of a sudden it's fuck you. I don't think that's going to happen, but you get what I'm saying, though? You're like tactful the whole way through, tactful all the way through here, making money. Happy bear. Just doing it the right way. And all that is stemming from all up here. So, that's how you're a happy bear. So we're not there yet, are we? Daily triggers looking for a peak too. Like daily triggers, we're losing velocity. So the bears have something going for them. We are losing velocity here. Although prices are going higher, that means that there's nobody supporting this in reality. So, we wake up one morning, we're down here. It helps you in the back end over here. Oh, yeah, bro, that shit's about to roll. They're fucked, right? We're losing that right now. It's possible it can recover. But what's another hallmark of tops? Squeezing, right? So would you be shocked as a bear to see some fucking noise like that before we actually get the roll? Of course not. You know what I mean? It's how they do it, right? So, this trade here is probably the most likely outcome, and it could even go fucking vertical. I wouldn't trade that, but this is highly likely, and not only that, you've got next week FOMC, right? Wednesday right here. So, they like crank you up here, right? Come back down. Right here. They fucking whipsaw your ass up here. You're going to be pissed. You'll not be taking that fucking trade down here unless you're shown the way. They can ramp your ass big time. So I'm just warning you. Be tactful. You can be bearish. I get bearish. I get bared the fuck up. I get super bearish. That doesn't mean you trade like that either, does it? So this is the expectation. We trade higher. We'll look for a sell on the early week, Sunday or something. If we come back in, let's say they pump this up. We come into Monday, right? And let's say they pop it all the way up here. Cool. I'll come in and buy the dip on the hourly trigger. We'll change our outlook. We'll fuck around, hit that thing, come back down here maybe on Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll take that trade too. So for right now, we're in the middle. Don't fuck with it. If you wanted to have some cheap ass puts or calls or something as a strangle, that's fine. There's another thingy up here on an hourly basis right here. We'll write that one in. 1 hour. And the only thing we want to do is be at least under it. Okay, that's your halfback trade. Probably not going to be there, though. It's probably going to be right about there. You could, if you wanted to, fucking draw this stupid shit in for every goddamn outcome. You know? There's no... Whoa. I don't live here. Like, I want to show you guys something here. I tried to show you this yesterday a few times. So I want to talk to you about this right here. So I do not live here to here. You can. I don't. And I don't for a reason. These are unknowns right now. There ain't nobody here that can tell me consistently if we're going to roll. They can't tell me if we're going to hit it and roll. They can't tell me if we're going to break above it and roll. They can't tell me we're going to go, oh, up here, and then roll. So like this whole zone, they can't tell me that. Like, I don't mind leaving some runners on. Like, I'm going to leave a couple on just in case. That's fine. But the meat of the trade is right here. You're putting risk on and danger. You're closing your puts like we did earlier in this zone right here before we get to the FOMO. Right? We closed our puts in here earlier this morning. We lived long up here. And we look to get out and sell calls to suckers up here. And we're looking lower down here. You know, it's the same shit every day. It's like, how many people do you think are going to come in on Monday or Tuesday? Let's say we go down here. How many fuckers are going to be down here? Sorry. Let's say we go up here, right? We go down here. And we stop. Start putting around, right? This kind of shit down here, creeping down. How many people are getting short right here? All of them. That's a little bit lower than I want, right? So I don't buy any calls. I just go, hey, this might be bottom. But we start turning around. Come back up here. All of a sudden, we're right here again. CJJ's cheap ass. There he is, right there. Meanwhile, these guys are in puts. They're talking about fucking crashing. And I'm like, bro, we're just looking over here, man. We're out of here, bro. Let's get out of here. Fuck these guys over here. And, you know, out of here. Or we come down here, blast down, start fucking around. Oh, no new high. Hold on. Blast down here, right? Wham, wham, wham. Oh my God, it's terrible. Uh-oh. Cap, you buying calls? Fuck no. Start going up. Failed to make that new high. Oh shit, that's not good. Cap, we buying calls yet? Fuck no, bro. Uh-oh, we're bleeding back down again. What are we going to do here, Cap? I think I might get short. Oh, my God. They stopped us right there. Get your goddamn SQQs out. Right? Cap, we going short yet? Nope, not yet. Almost. You know what I mean? Sell. You know? So it's pretty much that simple. So where are we going right now? Are we going up? The fuck we going right now? So just hang out. This is the expectation. As more information becomes known, we will alter or adjust expectations, right? Some of this shit you don't know. So if we pop all the way up here, squeeze up here, we get new information. Let's start trying to buy a dip. We'll take it up here, get out right here. Maybe they bring it back down again. Okay, we'll buy it again. Oh, failed, stops. Okay, no problem. We're down here again, buying this fucker. Back up here again. Cool? There's a chance these fuckers are down here. They whip sauce up. Hey, get some fucking puts, bro, for Friday. Okay. Buy some calls, bro, for Friday. Woo-hoo. Get some fucking puts for Friday, bro. Oh, my God, we did it early on Thursday. Bloodbath us back down over here. Oh, sweet, dude. Puts printed. Bottom here, bottom here, bottom here. Fairly easy. We'll worry about all that fucking crash and cut shit and up here. Position for it up there. Up there. Up there. I'm not going to position for that shit here. Position for that shit up here. Way up here. Or blooding. And trying to front run a crash here. Well, we'll do it down here. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. I'm going to start like crashing. We can do it down below. Or we can do it up here with a hedge. I'd love it up here, wouldn't you? All that juice and money. So there you go. Does that work? Oh, get rid of that. We just don't need it there. Make sense? There's one last thing here. We have traders that watch this stream and they see this. And they think that they should go short in here. They should not. We're in accumulation. Nothing has said that we're not in accumulation. Do you see this green box right here? That's accumulation. Do you see this green box right here? That's accumulation. There's even accumulation right here. Where's distribution? Right here. Where's distribution? Right here. Where else is distribution? Down here. Does that help at all? Maybe the arrows help a little bit. Is that, you guys want to see that? Here, I'll show this to you. Hold on. So if we're in accumulation, right? You have buy points, right? Buy point here, buy point there. I'll just draw it in green. Hold on. You're a buyer. You're a buyer. If you make a new high, you're a buyer. You're a buyer. Right? You're a buyer. You're a seller. You're a seller. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't even be a seller here, maybe. But you can. The real sellers are down here too, right? This is where it gets vicious, right? Down below. Sell, sell, sell. This is sell the rip. Let's get rid of all this for a minute. This should be your main motivator right now. And this is it. Where does the market go? Where does the market go infinitely up? This way, right? Infinite. This is defined, right? So if that's the case, right? If you're in a mode right here, if you're in buy the dip or sell the rip mode, do you even care about sell side? I mean, some of you are great sell side traders. Yeah, fuck yeah, you're sell side awesome. You're sell side awesome. But most of you are not. Most of you would do better as buyers in buy the dip. And the buy curious bunch of you, you can turn to sell the rip, but probably not until we're underneath new lows and we're selling that kind of stuff. So you do better and be more, or you theoretically have an edge just buy side up here. And if you really wanted to like give up some of that edge, you could become a sell side, but I would only do it tactfully up here. You know, there's so many examples of it. One right there, one right there. I mean, there's so many fucking examples of it. So, your best edge is buy the fucking dip and nothing else. Buy, accumulate, 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 accumulate. That's it. Your second best edge is buy curious. Still not as good as buy the dip.
October futures.
That's selling these things.
$1.96 a gallon.
Your fucking worst
Crude oil futures settling
is this bullshit right here, right now. We're not there.
Barrel down $1.61 or 2.54%. And diesel.
You've got no story.
$2.28 a gallon.
Your emotions and your feelings mean nothing.
NYMEX natural gas October futures settle at around $3.
They mean nothing. There's no information in the market here that tells you this is happening tomorrow or that you don't have time to get in on it. That trade is just there. And even if it was down here, even if it was provable, you still want to have the edge by being on the up here doing it. And be able to buy the fucking dip while doing it. So I got a hedge on, bro. Okay, are you bearish? Yes. Well, you fucked up. This is going to cost you money, theoretically, over time.
If you're a real...
So you can put your hedge on, but what do you have to do while you have your hedge on?
/purchase.
You got to buy the fucking dip.
67%
Pay for your hedge.
Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
So you can be, what? Sell side and buy side same time, right? All right, put a hedge on, Cap. What else are you doing? Are you buying the fucking dip? No, bro. I'm hoping that we do this. Can't do that shit. That's not a trade. This is like home insurance. That's it. For something unforeseen. You must stay in what the fucking market is doing, which is buy the fucking dip right now. You understand? We're gonna crank this close. By the way, we're gonna moon here. So if you don't know, it's 232. We're gonna moon here. I think I'll change that to a 1. We do have some of these sellers up here. I don't know if it's limited into this close, but they're going to try to ram it. It could be limited. They did stall us long enough to make this limited. Put that right there. This is the one we can't go above. This is the expectation. This is where these guys get squeezed out right here. Here's a beautiful little sell into Monday here. See it? It's gorgeous. Hope we can get this nice down move over here into Monday. Oh, yeah, that's be beautiful, right? Look at that fucking gorgeous over there. Are you a seller in here? Not unless you're willing to blow up, right? Not unless it's a lottery, right? And what else? You got theta to deal with? And what if you wake up on Monday and we're squeezing? Fucked, right? The way is higher. We're buying the dip. So, I don't like the dotted line for the down move. I think it's just a vehicle to get a better price. So, I mean, you can do 0 dates in here if you want. But, you know, we're just waiting for the low on Monday, in my view, at this moment. Unless some new information we're told. You know, we wake up Monday morning looking to buy that dip and we're, you know, on fucking fire. You know, and you haven't even bought the dip yet. You're just looking for it. It's like, I'm just waiting for the fucking dip to buy, bro. And Monday morning I woke up and the fucking market's on fire. Did you blow yourself up? No, bro. I waited for you for 640. You know what I mean? Oh my God, bro. It squeezed on Monday. We're above the 648.69. I missed all that money. Okay, well, let me ask you. Let's go back and review it again. You in either situation, you weren't long calls, so you didn't get blown up. Cool, that's flat. Or you know, you didn't blow your shit up. We squeezed and you didn't make any money. Okay, so you're flat. You didn't lose any money. Fucking winning, bro. Okay, so we'll buy the back test. It's above the hourly trigger. We're gonna come back down the hourly trigger and put some fucking risk on. Boom. Sweet, bro. We're making money. You just passed all 3 tests. You know, you didn't make any money on a squeeze. You couldn't predict it with an edge. So you're flat. You didn't lose any money. If it burns to the ground, you didn't lose any money. You didn't make any money, I guess, on the squeeze. Or you might have got killed on theta. So you're just like, these 2 things over here, you're just like, they're out of there. And then you get the opportunity to buy a dip. And if we bleed into Monday, you have the opportunity to buy a dip and safety in a low. It's like you've got so many things going for you. And then the last piece is what? We're looking to see how low that low is on Monday if it's burning. Can we buy that dip? We have more information. And if it looks good, we haven't violated anything. We see a new high. You're fucking golden. You started long in the market. We're going up. And I tell you to close, dude, there's like dirt cheap puts up there. They're like pennies. We're literally just hammered the put market. How much money did you make? I made a fucking 20K, bro. I fucking buy $1,000 in fucking puts for Friday, bro, for pennies. You know what I'm saying? Why, Cap? I don't know. Insurance, man. You got a hedge on? No? How about some fucking a short-term hedge? Pennies. You can buy a fucking 1,000 of them. If we wake up one morning and the shit's on fire, you bought them dirt cheap. all this profit, and all of a sudden you might get some money out of it. So that's my take, at least. You can interpret what you want from this. If you're a Theta gang, you know where the range is, right? If you're a Condor gang, fucking Fly gang, if you're, I don't know, whatever you are, all of this should have given you the information that you need for whatever you're trading and whatever your thesis is. I think this answers everything for sellers. Like, your thesis can be completely different than mine. I'm just giving you the layout for the most probable outcomes and the if this, then that. And as new information evolves, we have a plan, right? We write a plan. And each day, new information comes in, we update our plan, right? It's an evolving, living document as new information comes to market. And that happens every day, doesn't it? We break above 648.69. We fail 648.69. Trump comes out over the weekend and says, oh shit, SCOTUS fucking told us that, tariffs are illegal. Or SCOTUS told us tariffs are legal. Jerome Powell gets ousted over the weekend. Jerome Powell and Trump make up. I don't know. You fucking call it. Truce in Europe, Ukraine. You're a bear. You're max short in the place you shouldn't be, and they fucking rip your face off. There's like all kinds of stuff and information that happens, right? It evolves. Market is meant to give you information that you have to find, and then you have unknowns, and then you have information that's going to also come into that, right? So you're constantly having to adjust your plan and your execution with the highest probability outcomes for the information that you have and the information that is going to come to you over time. You trade like that, and you discipline yourself to trade like that, and then you don't care how you feel. Then you don't care if you're, we're going to 1,000 tomorrow. We're going to 500 tomorrow. Fuck do you care what you think and what your emotions are? You have the facts. You have a bunch of unknowns, and you have a bunch of evolving information. So you can adjust it through the way or through all of that and adjust your risk to the most highest probable outcomes as that happens. And you can be like short, long, same time. You can be neutral. You can be whatever you want to be in that time period. And you can then adjust from there as price shows you the way and new information shows you the way. Price, inflection points, what happens at those inflection points with price, and then evolving information and data and all that kind of stuff. We do that. Fine. Make sense or no? Am I missing anything here on a Friday? So I want you to think about that. So here's the last point I will leave with you today. It's 2:41. We got 19 minutes left. I want to leave with one last point here. So if you listen to everything that I just said to you and showed you on the screen, right? I want you to think about the questions to ask. So let's do one last thing. So, because I thought this was a good question. Get rid of that crap down there. We don't need that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need any of this. We don't need that. We don't need that. We fucking don't need that anymore. You should already know about all this. And if you don't, that's okay. But I want to ask you one last question because I got asked a kick-ass question yesterday. And it was a great question. It was, where is 630? And I also think you could be like this next week. So if we're in accumulation, right? We're buying. Hey, Cap, I'm waiting down here with you and Captain Jim James, cheap ass. Down here. So that question infers only one of two things in my view. It either infers that that person was short or that person was patient. They should not be short. They can be patient. But as information evolves, right? We may never come down here. We may come down here later too, but we may never come down there. So if you're accumulating here, or you say, too risky for me, Cap, I'm going to accumulate here, and we wake up on Monday morning, right? I'm going to accumulate here, Cap, and we wake up on Monday morning to this. We wake up on Monday morning to up here, way up here. Come back down. And we are now accumulating here. Where's the problem in here? If you were short, when I told you fucking not to be, that we're in accumulation, right? You're not asking to accumulate. You're asking because you want that print. So you're subverting. Or if we break out up here, if you weren't subverting, and we're down here and you say, Cap, when are we going to 630? Well, no, man, we're going to start buying here. Now we're buying there, man. For that one right there. Okay, bro, I was down here. I'm going to move up now, man. I wasn't subverting you, bro. I was just looking for the place to buy. So we buy up here. Accumulate. And hey, I missed that one, man, but I got this one right here. I didn't lose any money, and I'm making money now. Okay, bro, where's the next one? Is it down at 630? I don't know, man. I'll let you know in a second. Could be down at 630. I don't know. Oh my God, they bought the dip. No, bro, we're going to buy it right here. So be very, like that's why this is in a dotted line. We're in accumulation. We're in accumulation down here. We can get our money and run in here. If this is too risky for you, that's fine. You're like, Cap, I'm just like, bam, man, I bought that. I'm out. Cap, I bought this. I'm out right here, bro. I don't care what the fuck they're doing. I don't care if they roll us down, bro. I don't even care if they pop us up. I'm just going to get back in again right here, bro. Take these easy fucking trades all day long. I'm just accumulating, Cap. Now my DCA is 643. I'm buying SPY, Cap. Cool. I want that DivX, Cap. Sweet. They bled us down. Still in accumulation. So you buy again. Check bought again, Cap. 642. Now in 644. I got a fucking I got a quarterly expo up here. I'm gonna get another quarterly DivX. I'm gonna get another $1.80. $2 or something. All of a sudden my buy-in is actually 642, Cap. Sweet. Fucking A, man. Anything up here is gravy for me. We're in accumulation. We're not in distribution yet. And we're not at the place for any kind of distribution. We were. Cap, what are you doing at the close, bro? I'm selling my calls and I'm buying some puts for tomorrow. I've been buying them all week long. I want to print tomorrow. Why aren't you celebrating, Cap? I am celebrating. I'm smiling, but I'm trying to do something over here. Cap, everybody's excited, bro. Woohoo! I'm totally excited. Let me get some fucking puts. What are you doing down here, Cap? I'm putting some fucking risk on, man. What do you stop messing with me, Cap? That ain't going up. I know it's not going up. Just so we get down here. This is a place for me to buy some calls, man. So that's where we are. Cap, why are you so bearish? I don't know. What frame am I on? Am I on a 5-minute frame, 1-minute frame, fucking 6-month frame, 3-month frame? What are we doing here? Like, we're doing this. I like the wheel. I don't have time for it. I used to like the wheel back in the day. I used to run that. I don't have the time right now as a streamer. I'm a fucking Furu influencer now. I'm not actually your Furu or your influencer. I'm actually trying to teach you stuff. That's my job. I'm not an influencer. I'm not a fucking Furu. I'm just trying to teach you market awareness. If this, then that. As new information comes available, true information, not the bullshit, and all the other shit that's out there. And so you know where we are in the market as it evolves, day in, day out, Monday through Friday. Sometimes not on Mondays or Fridays if I can get away with it. I don't like I don't like opening up condors here or you can. A lot of people do that in the middle. Some people min-max that shit. They're like building one side than the other on extreme highs and extreme lows. That's, you know, I understand that concept. So like you're buying your put side when they're dirt cheap, or opening your puts. You're opening your calls when they're dirt cheap. And then you come back in the middle and you're like, fuck yeah. Sold a bunch of fucking calls and puts. They're going to die. So all those calls are now dead in the middle. All the puts are dead in the middle. And you're collecting all that money, and there's very low risk of you losing that money. But if you're on the wheel, we're in the middle right now.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Isn't that one big, huge, brilliant deal?
Tell him, David. Tell him. David's in there schooling all of you right now. He's giving you the actual numbers. I don't do that on this show because most people do. And David knows this. I don't give them the fucking right to the penny tick stuff because it takes days and hours and months to learn all that shit. And tell him, David. He's pointing towards the hour and half-hour trigger right now. This right here. Stop with bear flags. There's no such thing as a bear flag or a blue. Well, you want to know what they are, but don't trust bear and bull flags. I mean, it looks like a bear flag with momentum on its side, but this is the bear flag, and momentum is on your side. Let's go back to this. We have that drawn in here. There's the bear flag, but momentum's on your side here. So this kind of looks right? Sometimes though, but hold on here. Sometimes though, you'll get a bear flag. This is where traditional people get fucking annihilated. Sometimes you'll get a bear flag like this, and momentum will be on the other side of it. momentum will be coming up like this. This would be the HT or the DT or something. And you're like, bro, this looks like a bear flag, bro. It's going to go down. And you don't see the momentum underneath. And it just rams your ass straight up to the moon. We're not in that situation right now, but just be wary of like traditional charting. Just be wary of it. Only because there's a bunch of other shit going on that you can't see. Now in this case, it does look beautiful for the bears, but just be wary of it. Sorry, I'm not trying to shit on you either for saying bear flag. I'm just whenever I hear like I know a lot about Elliott Wave, but whenever I hear it, I'm like, oh god, there's like so much that can. It's like a racer gang. And then I like a gamma, and I'm like, oh god, that's all great. But then like some asshole comes in and just pins the market, so your gamma shit is all out the window. You know what I mean? I like to look at it all together like a layer, like the gamma, traditional, ICT, momentum, triggers, like a layered approach. Like pretend you have like translucent screens and you stack them one on top of each other, and you look at where everything is together as one whole. And that gives you the most complete picture you can usually get. Gives you an edge, normally. Even if you're wrong, gives you an edge. You're like 7 out of 10 times, baby. 9 out of 10 times, I ain't wrong with that shit. You get that 7 out of 10 times shit. Anything above that, like 7, 8, 9, 10 times. A lot of 10 out of 10 times, but like 7 out of 10 on average. You can be a fucking Hall of Famer. You never work again. Ever, ever, ever work again. So. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Dude, why does my face look all fucked up? Did you like stretch it? Did you like stretch me? I don't think there's any cocaine bear either. I think we're going lower. I want that 642. What did I say I wanted? 642. Ain't buying shit. Until 642. 640. 20. Or we smash that neg momentum. Yeah, you can't really trust Elliott Wave. I don't trust it at all. You can't put any fucking faith in it. In my view, but that's just me. I think when you combine it with other things, it works well. I don't like it alone. I like it with other things. I want to know where they are, because they're going to come out. Even if they're wrong, they're going to come out. That's why I still look at traditional charting, because you know they're going to be there. Even if they're wrong, they're going to be there. You want to know where they are. You want to know like where the traditional people are. You want to know where the LA waivers are, where the Gamma Bros are, where the fucking ICT Bros are, where we are. All that stuff. That's why I get concerned sometimes when I'm like, I'm exiting. Caps stay long. I'm like, nah, it's okay. I already know where they are. I already know they're there. Even if they're wrong, I don't give a fuck. Let them fuck with you and you fuck with them or whatever. Yeah, you get into a fist fight with them in the corner. It's cool. I'm not doing that. Just make my money and walk away. Yeah, 100%. I just choose not to fuck with them. Like I don't even care if they're right or wrong. I just know they're there. So I'm like, I'll take my money and walk away. Let somebody else take the fight. Hold on a second. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna post that. I was gonna post that. I was going to post that. I didn't hear no bell. What are you doing, dude? Did you beat him up and break through? I'm all fucked up, man, but I got through him. I'm like, oh, cool, man. I'll meet you on the other side. I'll buy the back test, man. Thanks for murdering those guys. Dude, I'm with you 1,000%. I hope this helped for you today to plan for next week. I can't wait to see what Monday brings. I bet you it's one of those high probability things. Yeah, I was talking with. We used to have David on a lot more. I actually have to call him. He wants me to call him. I told him I'd shut the show off early and call him today. I wanted to chat with him. Hold on here. It's hard to like. You know what's hard is like. It takes a lot of work to get to where David is. And people say they have that work ethic, but I don't think that most people do. They want the easy button. Some say yes, they do. I always talk to David about like skin in the game. I'm always like if you're gonna teach that stuff, you probably have to charge like $1,000 a month or $3,000 a month, only because you have skin in the game. Like you force people to pay so that they take it seriously. It's a fucked up psychology of people. So what you do is you train less people, rather than having a large community. You're like 5 or 10 people, and they're paying you big money, but so they have skin, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, so I'm gonna actually listen to what this fucking guy's telling me because it costs so much money. That you're actually gonna listen and fucking follow goddamn rules. Oh yeah, do we want to turn this shit on? Is he on? I don't want to listen to him. I'm not listening to him. Last week he did that shit, and I was so angry because he knows.
Google with a fine.
He knows that we're gonna listen. He knows on a Friday that the whole market's gonna tune in and fucking. He's got like fucking million people just watching him in case he drops a fucking bomb. I ain't doing it today. I did it last Friday. And I'm like, I ain't doing it again. It was like he was out there just chatting.
Social says they should get their money back.
Yeah, a few weeks ago I posted on Twitter. I was like, someone tell that the old fucking man to
start a Section 3.
Go watch Matlock or something.
The unfair.
He should have done that shit earlier in the week during market hours. I ain't hanging out with him on a fucking Friday till fucking 6 p.m. You're welcome. I ain't doing it. I fucking refuse. He knows we're gonna do it. Not us, but like he knows the market's gonna do it. He knows that. He knows it. The other day we had the other day we had Poland in the U.S. And then that morning there was a pre-recorded conversation with some small-time radio host in Chicago, and he's just like, I think he felt like it wasn't the national stage, so he could be a little bit more honest. Because I'm like, when I watch him on national TV, I'm like, this motherfucker ain't saying it, but he's talking to the stock market right now. He's like indirectly talking to the stock market. And then when he's on this small broadcast, he can't help himself. So he just starts talking about the stock market. It's like he's in the Chicago radio show and he's just like, yeah, the fucking stock market would be so fucking mad right now if this happens. If we fucking lose this fucking tariff thing, dude, the stock market's going to go red. And then he's like talking to this guy and he's like, and by the way, if you're listening in right now, the stock market is fucked if they don't pass the tariff, or if SCOTUS doesn't approve the tariffs. I want you to know that right now out there, my most loyal followers. And I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, the fucking guy is like talking to the people, participants in the stock market directly in a small show. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you're not supposed to say it. You're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. And he can't control himself. He just does it. He's like, fuck it. Nobody's listening. I'm in Chicago in some small radio station. I'll fucking tell all my loyal followers. I thought that was crazy. I thought that was bizarre. It was like, this is my president. David AMS does what we do. He just does it more complicated. He's more exacting. He just does it more complicated. It's generally roughly the same stuff, just more in depth, more precise. And it's really good if you have the time to do it, and you have discipline. If you're a self teacher, like if you were in school, I don't care if it was grade school, high school, or college. I don't care if you're a dropout. If you were able to learn independently, that's for you. If you can be self-disciplined and spend all day and night researching, working on your own, and, not fucking chasing tail down the road, and you can do that, you'll get really good at it. But you have to commit, and it's brutal. It's hard work. It's real research and work. So you got to commit. Oh, look at that. Yeah, just keep on going, bro. Keep on going. Keep on keeping on. Yeah, no, I get that too, Green Vegas. I get that, man. It's not for everybody, is it? It isn't. You go down the rabbit hole with David, man, you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? Can you show it to me like 10 more times, please? It's like that. When the C parts. It's not fucking easy, dude. And you lose money. Then you got to paper trade it. You can spend days, hours. And, dude, what does David do? Watches the fucking market 24/7, right? I'm on the phone last night, 2 o'clock in the morning with David. Did you see this? Oh, did you see that? Let's compare notes. What's going on up there? Someone wanted to buy put spreads earlier down below. I heard somebody wanted put spreads. Don't worry. I gotcha. You're not losing money. Tell him, VolWiz. VolWiz now coming in here hot and heavy too. All the bangers are in the Discord right now. All the goats are here. There's a goat. There's another goat. David AMS giving free trades in the Discord to people. Free Money Friday. What are you guys doing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at that one. Oh, God. Book map is completely black. We got another hour left. We're not even close to done yet here. We got another fucking hour. All right, did I waste enough time for you guys today? A whole another hour of this left. I don't have any Monday calls. So I've got 0 dates. That's it. I've got 0 dates. I got a whole mess of them. I got puts burning right now. I never closed them. I closed a bunch earlier, but I left some on in case you made that downside move. I've got 0 day calls on. I got Nvidia calls. I got SPY calls. I'll hold these until the bell, until the close, right to the bitter end, and then close them out. It's a good week, right? Remember we talk about up here, right? FOMO gang. It's not that FOMO gang's wrong. It's that they don't have edge. I would too, right? We should do some t-shirts. I was gonna do a t-shirt that says "I am not your furu," just a black t-shirt that says "I'm not your furu," so you can like walk around with that shit. FOMO gang. It's not that we can't go up here either. It's just so this is a good thing here, right? So like, let's say FOMO gang gets us up here. Thanks, FOMO gang.
To direct Japan's.
We do a nice little back test right here. Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I'll take that one.
With Tokyo.
I'll take that trade. I can't take this one with FOMO game though. Like, I'm not gonna take that one either. We could even do it like this. It's potential here. There's potential. You just don't want to be caught in this. You want to be buying this right here. Look at me. I'm still long. You don't want to be in FOMO. You don't want to be in FOMO gang, and here I am still long in calls. Don't do what I do.
Some more into the FT piece. The memo also gives Japan just 45 days to fund projects earmarked by Trump or face a reimposition of his steep tariffs.
Ooh. Hold on, I gotta check my shit. What we got going on here? Oh yeah. Pamp it, baby. Pamp it. Pamp it. Pamp it. Pamp it. Woo! FOMO gang's gonna get us to heaven, right? Are we in accumulation mode or distribution mode? Say it with me out there. Are we accumulators or are we distribution gang? Welcome, Poya. How you doing? That's right. We're accumulators. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah. I'm downloading. Hold on. Oh whoa. Hold on. Oh. I saved that one before he deletes it. No, oh my god, hold on a second before he gets rid of it. Hold on, I'm saving that one. Save. I'm not gonna put his name to oh god. Is that metal and wood? Metal, wood, and olive? Oh, it's gotta smell good. You guys see the metal, wood, and the olive in there? Fucking A, man. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. Sup, stud? Oh my god. Whew. Whew. Let me check. I'll check right now. Hold on. Let me look. Good question. Let me check on Gamma right now. Good question. Dude, they're still rolling their calls higher. Like net Gamma, dude, like these fuckers are still long. They're really they're rolling right now into 6600.
Miller says we're going to get the BS.
They're fucking still buying 6600. They're buying 6500 even today. They're buying 60 fucking 600. They're buying 6700. They're rolling, dude, into big. They got people out here buying 6800. SPX 1-date flows right now, right? SPX 2-date flows. Ready? Mixed bag. For 2-date, we got 6450.
Go real time.
That's support.
Introduce.com for
And they're buying 6500, 6053, 6535, and 6540.
beautiful deal, people. Come on.
What else can I see here? SPY Gamma for today. We were roped into 6455, but now we're looking to trade 6470. We're trading 6480 right now. So we're right where we should be, like right where we should, almost priced to perfection right now. What else can I see here? Hold on here. I'm working on it. Gamma versus spot. Net gamma change. Wow. Jesus Christ. Gamma versus spot. Where are we right now? 6481. We're a little bit above it. Here, hold on. You guys want Gex and shit? Hold on a second. Almost to the top. Almost there. We're back to the grind again. Hold on. I'm looking here. Jesus Christ. So, like, ready for this? Call OI right now. Net call OI. Some, like, small things for you. You ready? Net call OI. Like, call open interest. You ready to see this shit? So when people are screaming at you where we're going, people are like, we're going here, bro. We're going there. You see all that nice hedging down there? The bottom white bar is 64.95. So the bottom to the bottom bar to your left. Okay, so I want you to see something. See that chart? The white bar to the left is 6,500. If we break above that bar, that opens up 6,700 theoretically. That's where the spot up, vol up trade comes in. We'll fucking start moving and go vertical. Yeah, I think David can do it. I just think most traders can't. I've got that short, David. I got us going like this. So I'll get rid of this. Let's get rid of this right here. This is what I got going on. Go up here, back down, and then like that. I could be wrong. If we squeeze up here, I'll take that one too. And then look for that one down there to go up there. Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you too. I'm right, same place. Same place, bro. Interesting. Same place. And look at them. Now they're coming in up here. That's fucking insane, dude. I'm looking right now, Volwiz. Scotty, I'm looking right now, bro. Dude, IWM's got like... IWM could go fucking vertical, in my view.
So seeing a article from the CNBC here as well. They say the mystery of Fed Governor Kugler's resignation deepens as real estate records raise new questions. So former Federal Reserve Kugler resigned abruptly last month, and she has declined to say why she quit the board with just a few months to go before her term ended. Trump has waged a month-long pressure campaign against Federal Reserve Chairman Powell He most recently tried to fire Fed Governor Cook over allegations from administration officials that her mortgage records indicated she may have committed fraud. A CNBC review of Kugler's personal financial disclosures and her Maryland state tax records revealed two descriptions of her personal residence that appear to be incompatible with each other. So Kugler says the apparent inconsistency is a result of an error made by the county tax officials.
Are they trying to create doom? Yes. Yes, they're trying to create doom. Dude, like the past 2 or 3 weeks, like this morning they posted start buying put spreads right now. I was like, fucking why the fuck are they telling you to buy put spreads down here? I'm like, why weren't they posting that GS garbage like on the high yesterday? Like, it's the opposite of everything they fucking post. Like, I think it's great, but I don't think it's the right place to execute that shit. I have no fucking idea why they're doing that. I have no fucking idea why they're doing that, why they do that, David. It's bizarre as fuck, man. I don't get it, dude. They literally lie to every one of these fucking guys out there. Like, all retail gets lied to. It's like all day long, nonstop. Ramp it up, ramp it up, ramp it up. It was like that shit the other day when they did like the after report. Bro, we squeezed up into the bell and there was millions of contracts to 0 dates all at the same time. I'm like, dude, why didn't you fucking post that shit at fucking 3 p.m. before it happened? 500 likes. I'm like, okay.
We have posted the article by CNBC on the feed for those interested. Again, this is about former Fed Governor Kugler. Apparently, a CNBC review of their personal financial disclosures shows that they also have revealed two descriptions of
all right, I gotta get out.
Primary residence, much like Fed's Cook's allegations as well.
Still going up too. I wonder if I should hold. I got Nvidia here. Got another half an hour. I'm gonna wait. It's always the opposite, David. Nvidia is holding up just fine right now. I fucking love Nvidia here. I should have bought them. I gotta wait. I should have bought the fucking stock. I don't mean calls. I mean like own it. I should have bought them. It was $164. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I want the 140 if I can get it. I think it's 144, 150 or something. Still live here. Still pumping Nvidia right now, so a little bit of a roll here, but still fine right now. There's a fuck ton of buyers coming in. Nvidia's got massive buying going on. There's 1 million buys right there. We're still in the middle. This is a 1 minute chart. We're still in the fucking middle, man. Is that what they're talking? I don't even know if I should listen to this right now. I can't do it. I can't listen to the talk. Do they have him on right now? They got Zuckerberg in there. Look at fucking Meta with that beautiful recovery. Man, Meta just oh no, that's Met. Hold on here. I can't listen to it. I was listening to that RFK shit. My face melted off. He was like in the hearings and he's like Operation Warp Speed Nobel Peace Prize. And then like we have you saying it was they killed millions of people, one of the worst things that's ever happened. And like RFK's face is just like fucking boils popping out and like face is like going sideways like this. And I'm like, oh God, here we go. Did you guys see all that shit? They had Republicans. They had like Republicans that were just like, I can't do this. Like hardcore Republicans are just like, I can't fucking do this. And I'm like, come on, do it, dude. Like, just push him through. I can't, is that what they're telling people? Did they find the cure to autism? Did they announce that today? Did they try announcing that? They didn't say that today, did they? Did they come out with the cure for or the reason for autism? Oh God. Oh God. No, 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 no. So wait a minute, we're gonna get rid of all. Do these people not know that vaccines, like when we began developing vaccines, that we're talking about like massive amounts of people not dying anymore? Tylenol saving the lives of countless people through the years. Oh God, I can't. I can't. Do we want were we trying to kill fucking a third of Americans? Is that what we're trying to do? I know. Like I can't. And do you guys know about like the Dark Forest thing too? Do you guys ever look up the Dark Forest? That's even scarier. I think like the Dark Forest might even be sketchier than it's when only a few people are unvaccinated, but enough of them are connected that whatever that disease is can then evolve to beat vaccines. It's even worse than nobody having a vaccine, I guess, from what I'm told. Or it can be even more vicious. Oh God, do I have to like stock up on do I have to like stock up on Tylenol over the weekend?
So Trump on Truth Social, citing the European fine against Alphabet, says the European Union must stop this practice against American companies immediately.
Are we gonna have like an aspirin shortage over the weekend?
Well, hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67%.
Yeah, I don't think you can do them long term. Some people have to, right? An old family or an old. I have a family member that told me that she had a stroke, or she has strokes now. Yeah, like mini strokes. She has to take baby aspirin. But she's alive. I mean, you ruin your stomach, but she's alive. She's living a quality life. I can't listen to that shit. I'm not going to listen to what he said. Maybe I'll watch it later. I'm not going to put it on the show. I can't do it. I can't listen to it. I can't listen because of all the crazy shit that's said. If I was MAGA, I mean, can't, like, I'm not shitting on MAGA, but I can't understand how, if you're MAGA, like, let me ask you a question for MAGA. Is MGT MAGA right now or no? I don't know. Is she in the good graces of MAGA today? Who's the other one that just got in trouble? There's another Republican that just Mitch McConnell. Is he liked right now or no? I can't tell. MGT going against the MAGA crowd right now. She's MAGA, I thought. There's another one, right? There's her and the other one. I never know who's in and who's out. Like, who's in the good graces, who's not? That's got to be hard, right? If I was MAGA, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, I got to, like, check my friends. Like, is she good or no? Is she clear? Like Scientology and shit? Oh, she's clear today, bro. She's good. She's back in. Okay. Like the one guy, the Alaskan governor, he's super MAGA, and like he posted a bunch of shit. He's like, fuck Russia, fuck this, fuck that, and then like a week later, Trump's like, we're gonna do a mineral deal with Russia. I'm just like, oh fuck, what are we doing? Is Russia good now? It can't be easy being MAGA. I gotta give it to him, like, because there's so much shit said. You don't know what's what. You like when I listen to Trump, I'm like, I like my brain Rolodex. I'm like, okay, he's for this, got it. And then like the next time I see him talk, he's against it. I'm like, oh shit, he's against it. All right, I gotta change that. And then he's like, okay, I'm for it now. I'm like, okay, he's for it right now. I gotta change that back. And then like a week later, I'm like, okay, he's against it. He said he was sending troops to Chicago, and then he canceled a day later. It was like literally a day later. Here, I got something for you guys. So I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I never know what the fuck is up on this shit. I literally don't. I mean, explain this to me. Can anybody, if you're MAGA, I don't hate you or anything. I just want answers. I don't know what to think. Explain this to me. Trump seemingly walks back decision on sending troops to Chicago. Is that just fake news? We don't know yet? I don't know. I can't tell if that's fake news or not. I'll read the article to you. Just one day ago, Trump declared that there'd be a surge in federal troops in Chicago, but on Wednesday evening, he walked that back. Quote, I want to go into Chicago, and we have an incompetent governor that doesn't want us there, end quote. Trump said, quote, so we're making the determination now. Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to places like New Orleans where we have a great governor who wants us to come, end quote. Then, quote, there are no immediate plans. Now, the day before there were. The next day, he says, no, there's no immediate plans. No, sorry, this was J.D. Vance. The next day, J.D. Vance came out and said, quote, there are no immediate plans, but the president has said he has the legal authority to protect American citizens, whether that's in Chicago or D.C. But this was also after it was ruled illegal that he had sent troops to California. So that was in the backdrop of all that. Was this one here? +16 old pop with disability, authoritative breakout to new ultimates yet again, plus there as U.S. media debates both U.S. employment and the relative effectiveness of youth. Yeah, I don't think our I don't think there's I think a lot of us are on the same side of this stuff. Like I'm agreeing with you with that. I think a lot of us are actually on the same side of this stuff. Like we don't want people getting sick or be the most unhealthy. I don't think you'd ever speak to anybody that's MAGA or Democrat, Republican, or anarchist or communist or whatever. I don't think anyone's in disagreement that like America's unhealthy or we need better vaccines or we need better this or better that, or we need better therapy or we need to feel better or even eat better or exercise. I don't think anybody disagrees with any of that stuff. I think it's how it's done is the only contention. And the more that we fight about it, the better off they are. You know what I mean by that? Both sides. These power brokers, their whole job is for you and I to want to fucking kill each other. When most of these things we all have some agreement on. Are there kids with autism? Fuck yeah. Do we want to find a solution to it? Fuck yes. I think everybody says that. Is it Tylenol? I doubt it. Not only do I doubt it, scientists doubt it. And you got to have you like if you don't have faith in something, you can't function as a society. It's the same thing with data, with like the stock market. Like whether it's broken or not is like yes, let's fix it. But the stock market runs on data, no matter what that data is, whether it's good or bad or whatever. Does that make sense? So if you stop trusting that data, then the stock market will stop trusting that data too, right? So I think we're all in agreement on this shit. I think it's just they want us to kill each other. That's or hate each other or whatever. Meanwhile, while they ransack power and money and all other shit along the way, you know. I think we're parked here to the close, boys. I think we're going sideways here. You're gonna see that screen go big red, and they're gonna do their thing. I do want you to know, if you go into like Nvidia right now, they are accumulating the fuck out of it. I'm seeing massive buying here. They'll probably come back and buy again on Monday too. So if you think we're in distribution, show me the way with price. Otherwise, we're cranking here. And they're buying. If you're out there right now, they're scooping this shit up right now like a shovel, like a pig. And they're just accumulate. That's what's going on. Yeah. I think everybody is unhealthy. Like I'm not in any disagreement with some of the stuff they say, but
now until we get the market,
how we get there, I think, is the problem. Think tighter. Like I don't think I got a good one for you. Like illegal immigration, right? Nobody wants an illegal immigrants. They want a path though too for illegal immigrants to actually come here and become a legal immigrant. And there isn't one, is there? There's not an easy one. If I don't know if you guys travel, but if you've never traveled outside of the United States, if you're not from the United States and you just try to come here as a visitor, it's expensive. We're one of the hardest countries to get into. We're one of the most expensive countries to get into. if you're an American and you sail around the world, you typically avoid
10 seconds.
countries like the US. Like you'll avoid Australia or New Zealand because of the cost and the difficulty. And then you'll visit a place like
buy side 746 million, Nasdaq 100
hold on a second here.
buy side 164 million, Dow 30 sell side 80 million, Mag 7 buy side 58 million.
So like if you're an American and you're visiting a country like the United States, and say you're sailing, right? You like avoid Australia, New Zealand, stuff like that. You'll go to like Papua New Guinea, cool place, Philippines, you know, but you're like, it's too expensive. And so it's like a little bit easier to get in. So already it's difficult to get in the US. So I don't think it needs to be easier to get in the US in that context, but I think that like if you're gonna like we need migrant workers to pick tomatoes, pick apples. Up the East Coast they do it. We need laborers. We do. And we're padding some of the unemployment with that right now, but there's a lot of jobs people don't want to do. And there's people out there that say, well, you'll pay us more. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know anybody like that. I've never seen a company want to pay you more to pick apples. Ever want to willingly do that. And if they do, what do? We would cheapen that money, wouldn't we? Right? I think it's like some things people just don't want to do. I like. Have you ever been to like a meat packing facility, or if you've ever been to an oil field? It's not fun jobs. They're hard work. Plucking chickens, chicken factory. People are like, oh, I want that job. I'm like, you fucking liar. You have no idea what that job is. Be on your knees, a little cart pulling tomatoes. You don't want to do that in a field in Central Valley, 115 degrees. You want to do that work. We're the first world country. You shouldn't have to do that work in a first world country like ours. But I get it. I've been vaccinated multiple times. No autism. Anybody in the military has got tons of vaccines, right? Is everybody autistic in the military? College required, school required, college, army. Where else is it required to have vaccines? There's a whole bunch of different things you need them for. Like literally need them. Like you have to have them. I'm reading right now. I'm reading what you guys are saying. I'm trying to get through it all. You need vaccines if you eat roadkill bears? So terrible. I think we need to find out what causes autism. I just don't think it's, even if it is vaccines, the millions of people that are saved versus that is well worth the if we didn't have them.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be making an announcement and signing an executive order. So we do have a live video for this pinned to the entry in the calendar. We'll get it out on the feed as well.
I was considering buying the underlying in Nvidia. I didn't. I bought calls. I bought zero dates because zero date Friday. I want 145. I don't know if I'll get it. I should have bought it. I was pretty. I still like the idea of buying in October. Like early October, buying Nvidia, or not just Nvidia, but like Tesla. I was gonna load up and it would, depending where we are and what's going on, like mid-October, and buy some SPY, buy Tesla. I got a whole list of shit I want to get.
So we have posted the live video on the feed for those interested. With regards to the executive order, Trump was expected by CBS News to issue an executive order establishing a designation for state sponsors for wrongful detentions.
Hold on here. I think it's the guy that's asking. I think you get the wrong guy asking that question. I think he's the wrong guy to be asking that question. 100%. I mean, he's quoted as saying he can diagnose children. He doesn't have a medical degree. Just by looking at them. Some of the things he said publicly are just shocking. He's the wrong guy to be asking those questions. You got to go to college for this stuff. Let me explain this better to you. I'm going to simplify this for you. And this, I don't want to come off as a dickhead here, okay? I really don't. When I was in school as a child, in like first grade, I had friends, right? And it's easy when you're young, right? You move into the older years in school, and you become separated over time. Okay, listen to this closely here. It's important. And like you get into like 5th grade, 6th grade, and you like I started taking algebra classes, and other kids didn't. And I'm still friends with these kids. And I've been lifelong friends. Listen closely, it's very important. And then I get into high school, and there's more separation. I got friends in high school in freshman year. At that time, I don't know what they call it now, but they called it general education classes. That's what they took. I took college prep. I played sports. Wasn't that smart, but I was smart. I didn't have time for honors studies, but I had other friends that did that. And through high school, there was divergence. And then I get into college, and some of my friends went to work. Some dropped out of high school, never got a GED. Some got a GED, went to college. Some kids went in the military. Some kids went in tech school. Now, this doesn't make these people dumb or bad people or anything like that. But then they go off and they do a professional career.
So we are shortly,
and they commit themselves to different things.
Executive order. We have got the live video on the feed for those interested.
Right? Like one of my buddies becomes an electrician. Now he's like a big master electrician. Some of my buddies go and they get married and have kids and play house. But I've been friends with these friends that I've made along the way in my life since I was a child. And at that time, they were all on Facebook. And now as a grown adult, the people that I see pushing that narrative were the kids that did not go to finish high school or tech school or college or advanced degrees. All those kind of things. Those are the people that I see pushing that narrative. I don't know if it's because they're bored. I don't know if it's because they did their own research. I don't know if it's because they had fun fucking and making kids and they got bored at 30 or 40. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's their experience in life. But what I do notice is that the people that went off and they were the smartest kids in class when I was young, they're not pushing that shit. You know, they became doctors and scientists, and they devoted their life to concepts that fucking other guy, my buddy, couldn't grasp. And that's okay. It's not bad. I still love both of my friends the same. I grew up with them. But as a grown adult, I can see it. I've known my buddy David since he was 8 and 9 years old. He's a good friend of mine. I don't bring it up to him, but I know. And I think there's some of that out there too. You know, there's like some of that, like, no one's watching me, but I'm watching. I've known him since he was 8. You know, I know that this fucking guy has no business saying, you know, I did my own research and it should be this and it should be that. And I'm like, dude, you shouldn't. Just go do what you do, man. Go work on cars, bro. You're good at that. Guess where I go? I go to the mechanic. When I need my car fixed, I go to the mechanic. When I go to court, I bring an attorney. When I go to the doctor, I go to the doctor and have a doctor treat me. When I go to, school, I have a teacher teach me. When I do electrical work, I have an electrician do it for me or teach me. Like those people. That's what they do. They spent their lives doing it. So I trust those people to do the things that they do very well. And they spent their lives doing it. If I have questions about raising kids, who do I go to? Go to someone that's got a bunch of fucking kids and they're still married. You know what I mean? Hey, Richard, can you fucking tell me what I'm doing wrong here? I don't want a divorce. I don't want my kids fucked up. That's what I go to. You just raised 4 great kids and had no problems. No whammies. You know what I mean? So I think that plays into some of this too. Is we don't always look in the mirror and say, who should I be looking towards for someone doing the numbers for BLS shit? Like, that's all they do. You know what I mean? Like an accountant, that's all they fucking do. They account all day long. I couldn't do that shit. You know what I mean? So like, go to those people and say, what the fuck is going on with the math rate? I think that's part of it. Anyways, you guys have a great weekend. Please don't take offense to what I said. I don't hate you or anything like that. We can disagree. You know what I mean? You guys have a great weekend. Try to be nice to each other if you can. Even if you disagree, try to be nice. It's important for us to get through this stuff and find solutions that are real. So you guys have a great weekend. I'll see you all.